Peaks almost wasn't in my seat when that ran out. Lordy. Hello, good evening. Happy Friday the 13th. Yes, Musical Aviator. If you're superstitious and see the worst in things, a Friday the 13th in 2020 does not portend well. I just remembered I hadn't sent Hazy the link. Haven't heard from him today, so we may or may not see him tonight. Hello, Megaleech, as well. Before I get too confused and distracted, I should send him the link. And yes, done. Okay, cool. Test my drink. I don't put too much lime juice in that. I'm going to put a little bit of... it's way too much lime juice. A little bit of sugar syrup to smooth things out a bit. Catherine, hello, good evening. Bienvenue. Right, don't know why I made that noise. But that's the thing I do, randomly make noises that I can't fully explain, so... Yep, okay, that's better. Although I must remember not to put too much lime juice in next time. God, it maybe even needs a bit more sugar. Or maybe a pinch of salt might actually change the flavor. Anyway. Mr. Blumenstein, hello there on Facebook land. How are you this fine heffenink? Yeah, I'm going to put just a scooch more sugar syrup in there. Tinkle, 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 tinkle. Japanese bartenders practice stirring very rapidly without hitting the glass with the spoon so it doesn't make noise. Japanese bartending, like many Japanese things, is a little bit weird. They go to an enormous amount of trouble and there's lots of ritual and if one was feeling uncharitable, one might say they waste a lot, quite honestly. But, you know, it's a thing. Japanese bartending. Mr. D, double donut day. Took your child to the actual city, ate ice cream, doing good. That is good. It's not just double donut day. It's double donut 14-day rolling average. The average in the last two, and this just is mind-blowing. I would not have believed we would see this before next year, but to have 0 new cases, 0 deaths in 14 days is mind-boggling. Musical Avid, you've been busy. Flying Tuesday, Leopard Port Phillip Bay, visit a female friend on Thursday, Kilmore tomorrow, other friend Sunday. Who let the Melbourne out? Who? It is. I have not. I went into the city to for a checkup and clean of my tooths from El Dentist, which was, of course, both good and bad. Good to get it done, but you did go to town a bit on my gums. It took a day or two till I wasn't really feeling it. But that's my fault for not looking after my teeth better. So, I feel the need for speed. Just getting this cloth I use as a coaster. Absorb the moisture from my glass. Yes, Catherine, definitely. Friday night, we'll definitely do Angry Bunch. So is this the haircut you're less than 100% pleased with? Me speaking very euphemistically there. Yes, Dave, I would agree to some trepidation about the likelihood of new cases and new spread. But I don't know, the authorities seem confident that we've got things in a place that they can react quickly and contain any outbreak that does happen. Because we still expect cases to happen because the virus seems very good at going unnoticed for an extended period of time, like weeks, when asymptomatic cases are clearly about. And then after weeks, if not months of not getting cases, suddenly a case pops up, like someone's sick, and you realize, okay, well, if they're sick, then other people have been sick, but we just haven't seen them. And of course, allowing international travelers in is an enormous spike in risk. From a tourism point of view, I don't think that's going to happen for quite a while. But there are other reasons people get allowed into the country, returning citizens, business travel and whatnot. So yes, it's going to be around for a while. And that is also a good point, Dave. A bit more openness from the government about contact tracing, how it works, and the staffing, etc. I mean, they're assuring us they're getting it right now, but they fucked up once, and it was a big fuck up. I mean, not an absolutely catastrophic fuck up, but it was a big fuck up. So clearly, these things happen, and I feel like New South Wales for months has just been one or two pieces of bad luck away from a really significant outbreak. They've managed to keep a lid on it, and full credit to the people doing that, and well done you. But that constant sort of low-level number of cases they were having is like, and then there'd just be oh, there's a cluster. Someone was at the pub. Someone moved around. Keep thinking, for Jesus, it so would not take very much at all for major outbreak, like at least as big as the second wave Melbourne had, if not worse. And I think we now get to look on in horror at the Northern Hemisphere as they approach their winter, and what is almost certain to be a really horrible and bleak winter. The US setting freaky records for new cases every day. I think they're up to, it's just sharply jumping higher every day. I think they were up to 150,000 new cases. Like, we freaked out I know we should have freaked out when we had 700, because that's right on the cusp of getting absolutely out of control. That sort of thing really rapidly escalates into thousands a day. But yeah, US with 150,000 cases in a single day, and the deaths are over 1,000 a day. And the US case numbers have been going up for weeks. And as we learned in Australia, the deaths from COVID trail the new cases by 3 to 6 weeks. Usually takes someone at least that long to die from it. So hospitals, emergency wards in hospitals all across the US are filling up. We are, unfortunately, a very short time away from really fucking frightening death toll figures coming out of the US, I think. And Europe looks to be in a lot of trouble too. And yes, David, yes, I think it behooves the government to not just rest on their laurels like we fixed our last fuck up, to just be really open and tell everyone this is how we will avoid another fuck up. This is how we'll manage anything that happens. A bit more detail, a bit more openness would be a fine and wonderful thing. We have to wait and see what happens with regards to the old openness and honesty. What was it I was talking about with the Soviet Union for the Berlin Wall? Glasnost was openness, wasn't it? Glasnost was openness. Perestroika was restructuring and rebuilding, abandoning the old Soviet ways. We need a bit more glasnost from Comrade Dan. Although he now seems to be in a bit of trouble with possible dubious interactions between the Labour Party and property developer. But it's all hearsay to this point. Is it just you, or is the camera focus like us? Probably not just you. Safi, you joined just in time for me to be talking about your history. Perestroika. Let me fiddle with focus. Let's really fiddle. That's really out of focus now. Come on, stupid fucking software. There you go. I think that's better. This stupid fucking camera software, like, it's ridiculous that it will have changed just from switching off and switching back on. It should be. It's fucking flaky. But anyway. Yeah, Safa, I imagine your mum did have to go through a phase of people queuing for bread. Back when Ronald Reagan was running up trillions of dollars in debt in the US to bankrupt the Soviet Union. Yeah. I mean, the Soviet Union is the classic example of the horrific outcome you get if you raise ideology above results, much as, the collapse of global capitalism and the neoliberals refusing to accept reality and just pushing that, no, everyone grabbing for everything, that's the best way, clinging to ideology that is clearly failing instead of adapting and saying, hey, you know what we don't want? We don't want ideology for its own sake. We want results. Safa, your 2014 tablet had its internal battery die. That's pretty good life. It must have felt really slow compared to the modern ones. I've still never had a tablet, actually. A 2014 tablet must feel really slow, I think, particularly if you compared it to a new one. But as I said, I'm not speaking from experience there. I've used tablets. I've never owned one. I've never bothered to get one. It never seemed to me to be the thing I wanted. So I have stuck with desktop and laptop computers. Try and adjust that. And of course, that's too far. I knew it would be. Fucking adjust just the right amount, you bastard. Oh, God, my tinnitus just kicked in for no apparent reason. That's bullshit. It's like microphone feedback in my ear. I don't know if anyone else has chronic tinnitus. I do, from standing too close to speakers at rock concerts in my youth. I mean, I have a different ear problem as well, but and that contributes to the hearing loss. But the worst of it is from standing too close to speaker stacks at rock concerts. Abigail, that is an appropriate reaction to the world, just to be Safi, you have hissing in your right ear. Is that tinnitus? If it's sort of constant, it probably is. I have quite bad tinnitus. It's like a really high-pitched, like I said, like a microphone feedback noise. And on bad nights, like I haven't had this much lately, but on bad nights when I'm trying to sleep and so it's quiet, it's not just a high pitched whine. It's like this howling, screaming, sort of banshee wind in my ears. It's really disconcerting because I know there's nothing making noise, but my damaged fucking ears are sending pain signals to my brain for no reason because they're fucking broken. Abigail, you get to know just with migraines for extra suckiness. Yes, that definitely sucks. That definitely sucks more. I don't very often get migraines, so I'm at least spared that. So if you get light hissing, sometimes hear electromagnetic like mobile signal. Kind of sounds like a low-level tinnitus. Might be worth having a doctor check it out, get a hearing test. Because yes, if you hear noise when there is no noise, that usually means damage in your inner ear. Usually not repairable either, just for fun. Yes, as I get older, I Beethoven. Safa at 28. Well, I did it to myself when I was younger than 28, Safa. I remember going to see a doctor because I had this ear infection when I was about 21. And the doctor gave me a hearing test and then looked at the results and he said, "Do you go to like a lot of concerts or nightclubs?" And I said, "Kinda." He goes, "Thought so," because I only see that sort of hearing loss with people who work jackhammers in their day job and people who go to too many loud concerts. And no offense, but you don't look like you use a jackhammer every day. I said, no, I stood too close to speakers at rock concerts. So, Safa, headphones and like earphones, earbuds are actually really dangerous for causing hearing loss because the person wearing them often doesn't realize because it doesn't hurt, but people often have it turned up too loud, and that causes permanent hearing loss. So, like, basically, if you're ever out in public and you see someone like with headphones on and you can hear the music that's playing, besides the fact they're a bit rude, that person is doing permanent damage to their hearing. So, because there's no way you should be able to hear someone else's music if they're wearing headphones. Just checking the temperature because I feel weirdly warm. 15. Why do I feel warm? Anyway, tomorrow's 21 and then Sunday's 33. Wowzers. Okay, Sunday's hot. So that's what's coming up, I guess. All right, yeah, I'm just considering whether to put like aircon on because I feel weirdly warm, and I don't know why. So that's what's happening with me in this a bad world. Seeing, have we heard anything interesting come through in the news? WA's finally going to drop their hard border. So free travel within Australia before Christmas. Nice. So that's a bit of news. Free travel in Australia before Christmas. Now Trump's having a sookie pants at Fox News because basically everyone, including Fox News, is saying there isn't fraud or not enough fraud to change the election result. Biden's win is legitimate. Trump needs to pull his fucking head in. And so now he's having a big sookie lala at Fox News for turning on him. Because he's that big a loser. Still a few undecided, apparently. Okay, so most people think Biden has a lead that Trump can't beat. And I don't know that it's within the recount range. I know he's only by 0.3%. Recount is only triggered in Arizona if the margin's less 0.1%. So nobody thinks there's going to be a recount in Arizona. It's just going to go to Biden. Oh, but there's still an absolutely spurious legal challenge from the Trump wankers and things. Georgia is doing a recount. Incredibly close. Biden had a lead of 14,000, and that's within the Georgia range for a recount. They've got till November. They've got a week to finish the recount. Another lawsuit Trump filed there, but the case was dismissed because it was full of shit. And Wisconsin apparently could get a recount. Counties in Wisconsin wrapping up certification. Biden in the lead by about 20,000 votes, but that's less than 1%. Trump can request a recount, but can't make the request until the last county canvasses the vote. But Trump has to pay for it before the recount starts. And then there's a deadline of December 1 to find. So that's a couple weeks. Pennsylvania could be eligible for a recount. That's interesting. Biden leading by 55,000. Pennsylvania recount is if the margin's less than 0.5%. At the moment, Biden leads by 0.8%. Wow, this is just like, that's the thing. And Michigan went to Biden, but there's still God, it's just so fucking dumb. It's just so fucking dumb. Oh, sorry, that would have been a very cruel segue. I've done good segues all this week, but if I went from saying that was fucking dumb to speaking of, but here's the man.
Well, I thought you were going to go there, and I was going to go, yeah, and that.
Yeah.
Because
It's just a bit mean. It's a bit mean on a party night. Don't want to be mean on a party night.
Because I was watching the pattern on my black.
Yes.
I was watching the pattern on my computer, and then I looked up and went, oh, it's 20 past. I should check in. And then I had to tell you that if you look for the screen name Raji,
right,
that will be our special guest's handle, if he fucking gets it together.
Yeah, I don't think he's here yet.
He's going to participate in the chat tonight and see if he doesn't get eaten alive by the chatters. And basically, on another night, he'll join us on screen, which will be where the real fun will be, because then the sin bin
will lead up to that. Yeah.
I have a fucking feeling I'll be in the sin bin more than him. Because if we introduce that,
we'll
I'm
see.
worried
We'll
about that
see.
because I'll be just going sin bin. That's fucking clearly a sin bin offence. That's
Yeah.
post facto criticism with an unsupported opinion, which opinion services are coming to get your maintenance payments off you. Your opinion support payments. Because some opinions are like children. If you can't support them, you shouldn't have them.
Good call. Oh, nice line. I like it.
And that man's got a lot of bastard opinions. Put it that way. They're running around all over the place.
I say,
bits of themselves.
Hi to Jewel B, who just came in and seeing it's Friday the 13th. They want to know, while the US election's terrifying, what do you think is the most noteworthy horror film? Do you like horror films at all? Or, 'cause I'm not really into them.
I like thrillers.
Yeah, I like thrillers more than horror.
And I like a really good political thriller.
Yeah.
Okay, just don't keep on giving dead air. All right,
that's
a really
okay.
good political thriller is the Avengers TV series. What are they called?
What?
You know, the Avengers TV series.
The Marvel TV series, or
it's Marvel, but it's the guys that run around in the plane.
Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. or
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. TV series is a good political thriller.
Okay. Never actually watched it.
It's brilliant. You really like it. And a good political thriller is all of Terry Pratchett's stuff.
I love his observational stuff in that. The only horror film I've really been into in the last however long was Get Out, Jordan Peele's debut film. Have you seen that one?
No.
Black guy with a white girlfriend goes to visit his white family in the middle of nowhere, and something's just a bit off, and he can't work out what. And it is a good film. It's very well made, and it's a pretty original concept, and is, got real sort of edge of the seat stuff in it. And when I say I don't like horror, I don't mean like, ooh, it's yucky and scary. They don't scare me. Horror films, by and large, don't scare me. Like even when someone, like a recent Australian one, The Babadook, that people raved about, and I went and watched it, and I was like, okay, yeah, sure. Although the book they have, that's like a kid's book about the Babadook in the movie, that I want a copy of that book. That looked like a cool book. Jules, Wolf Creek. That's an inside joke in the old live streams when I used to play Guess What DVD I'm holding. I'd go and get DVDs from my collection and give really oblique hints and see who could guess it first. And because I do own Wolf Creek, and I did enjoy Wolf Creek. The sequel is kind of dumb, but okay. But
it's a bit snare, yeah.
Yeah. But the first one was very good. And so it was a running joke. As soon as I would say, what DVD am I holding? People jump and go, Wolf Creek! It's Wolf Creek, isn't it? It's a bit of an in-joke. But again, God, Wolf Creek's about 10 years ago now. Time
Still
fucking flies.
What else holds up if you watch it in isolation is Jackie Weaver going, oh, you've been terrible. You've been very naughty.
You've done some terrible things, Darl.
Oh, God. And she's so frightening. It's so frightening just to be there watching her say that shit.
One of the best Australian films ever. It's everything about it. The story's good. The script's good. The acting's great. The cinematography's great. The direction's great. The sound design is great. I was lucky enough to see it in a cinema and with proper cinema sound. The sound design in Animal Kingdom is fucking amazing. And the scariest thing about Jackie Weaver being scary and saying, "You've done some terrible things, doll," is she is blackmailing a crooked cop into murdering her own grandson because she thinks he's a rat. And so she's so fucking ruthless. She'll kill her own grandson, who's her daughter's son, who she disowned, because she loves her boys. And she thinks this grandson is a threat to her sons, which is fucking wild.
The thing about it is what Animal Kingdom highlights is the Australian crime of the standover man, the toe cutter.
Yeah.
No one else does that as well as we do.
There are some really good Australian crime films.
It was invented here in the Goldfields.
Yeah.
And fucking Gangs of New York was basically, I find out historically, really actually about a whole bunch of Australian gangs that went to New York and took over because they went, these guys don't know what they're doing.
It's based on the real gangs of New York, and they split. They're all sort of factional, but they split into two factions: the people who regard themselves as natives, the nativists, because they were 1 or 2 generations American, versus the migrant gangs. My personal favorite was the Irish gang called the Plug Uglies. That's just such a good name to give yourself. We're the Plug Uglies, and it's just like. Now, friend, you remember Michael Gilmore was in the Pineapples from the Dawn of Time?
I do.
The other singer, the guy who's the blonde guy, who was actually technically a much better singer than Michael, but not as funny as Michael. He was also in a band called the Plug Uglies. So, and that was named after this Irish gang from New York. And that was back in the 80s. So some people were reading their books about the gangs of New York back in the 80s. Didn't wait for Martin Scorsese. Oh, okay. Raiders said to look up an Aussie horror film, Dying Breed. Seeing it did nothing for me. It's loosely inspired by the cannibal convicts in Tasmania. It's supposed to be their descendants who has spent generations hiding in the hills of Tasmania, killing and eating tourists. Didn't do anything for me.
But I mean, you know, there's still cannibals in Tasmania.
Yeah.
How do you circumcise a Tasmanian? You punch the sister under the chin.
There was a historical film, I think it was just called Van Diemen's Land, that was meant to be a reasonably accurate telling of the story of the specific convicts who escaped and went cannibal. Ate each other until there was only one left, the advanced hype for it was, people had to leave the cinema, people threw up in the aisle, and I watched it and I was like, what?
No, they didn't. No, they didn't leave the cinema. No, they didn't throw up in the aisle. Fucking bullshit. And I always laughed at the Aboriginal legends around that event that were the Indigenous knew they were around and saw them and tracked them the whole way.
Yeah.
But never went near them because they were clearly fucking crazy and they were eating each other.
Yeah.
And you don't want to fucking mess with a guy like that because there's no talking to a guy like that. If he's going to eat a cunt, he's just going to fucking... You've got to either kill him or fucking... not be seen, and they weren't seen, but they couldn't. It was in the story that I get was that they were so horrified they couldn't watch, but they couldn't look away.
Yes, that type of horror, on High Shannon, by the way.
But they also for tactical reasons had to track them.
You wanted to know where they were. You want to know where they were. Exactly. My favorite part of that story.
Turn up at a fucking campfire unannounced.
No,
that was not a good look.
The last man standing in the first breakout, like 12 of them broke out, but you're in Van Diemen's Land. Where the fuck do you go? They're wandering around the wilderness. You can't get off the island, and there are bounty hunters chasing you, and they're progressively dying and eating. And you get last man standing because he killed and ate the last one. He gets caught, And they go, okay, we got you. Where's everyone else? They go, they're all dead. No, they're not. You're just covering for them. No, they're dead, and I ate them. It's like, no, you're not. And they didn't believe him. They thought he was covering. So they took him back and locked him up again, and they never found the others. And then a while later, he escaped again with some other guys, and they're off in the hill. And this time, they found him, and he was roasting one of them over a campfire. And they're like, fucking hell. Okay, he actually did it. Shit.
And it was after that second capture that a few of the Aboriginals had started to tell the white guys, yeah, there was this group of guys, and the same guy came back, and they ate each other. You guys have got to lock him up harder. This guy, you really shouldn't let him
he's a
go,
bad
or
one.
kill him, or spear him, or something.
Yeah,
because he's not good people.
Yeah.
And
spear him through the thigh so he can't run very far.
Well, the Aboriginals basically petitioned the government to kill this guy.
Yeah.
And said, just when we won't do it because it's not our business, but you can't let him run around. You can't let him go again.
They might have hanged him up.
Embarrassed to say we didn't let him go. He ran away.
Yeah.
I was like, he can't run away. You've got to make sure you've got to kill him. You've really got to.
Yeah.
And they were, and of course, we don't let blackfellas tell us what to do. We let our cannibals have their reign.
Yeah. Yeah, a bunch of that sort of nonsense.
They turn into Martin Bryant. That's the future we're looking for.
Yeah.
That Tasmanian tigers. The thylacine. All
right, I've got a little project happening here.
Did you know that there has been one of these new coronavirus vaccines has come out of diabetic medicine,
right?
Which has come out of Tassie Devil cancer research.
Is that the one they're doing in Queensland?
Hey,
is that the one they're working on in Queensland?
Yeah. And it's basically they think they've isolated what the thing is that gives cancer to you, because it's a disease.
Yeah.
But they've always thought it was something that happened genetically inside the body, and it can. Yeah. Ionizing radiation will do that to a body. But it's also something quasi-viral, and they think that they've discovered the process by which this quasi-viral thing hides in a protein, sneaks out of the protein at night.
Sneaks out at night, hides in a dark alley, waits for an unsuspecting passerby. Yeah.
Makes a full virus,
spikes
a cell, which then instantly disintegrates and kills the apoptosis command. And when the apoptosis command is killed and it grows and 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 infects other cells around it, it's this thing that infects the other cells, and it's this thing. And what it means is that cancer is environmental as much as just genetic, and you get it. There is no shortage of money for Tassie Devil research. Trust me. Mammalian fucking transmissible cancer, you better believe money's coming to that.
Yep. The moment they found out this was an actual contagious cancer, it freaked the fuck out of everyone. Like, no, that's our worst nightmare. That is literally our worst nightmare. A contagious cancer. What in the ever-loving fuck? And as you say, it's mammalian. So the chance of species jump is just terrifyingly high.
Very big.
Very high. Freaked everyone out when they found out about that.
Chinese with pigs and chickens in the backyard aren't allowed to have Tassie Devils. Basically, then I heard fucking a scientist friend of mine who went to high school with me, and he was saying that he was at a symposium and there were some Pentagon types there, and he's going, what the fuck? Oh, I suppose they've got to be interested in disease as well. And they were talking about being worried that a terrorist organization would weaponize it. And he said, Jesus fuck, because when the Americans worry about someone weaponizing something, they weaponize it first.
Yeah.
So that they've got a handle on it. And he's just going, Jesus, weaponized fucking cancer. Weaponized transmissible cancer.
Oh, the CIA would fucking love that if they had a weaponized cancer.
The Russians wouldn't fucking bat an eyelid. They'd be fucking all over that.
Take out their enemies with a natural causes disease. It's like
fucking pour 3 barrels of it in the water supply. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Just wait 6 months and seems everybody's a bit fucking ill to fight. Their fucking infrastructure's okay though. Let's wait another 3 months.
Yeah.
And get the fights ready.
Speaking of horror, Raiders is suggesting a Chinese horror movie called Dumplings, which I've never even heard of. I assume that's like people getting put in dumplings. The first thing I think of is someone murdering people and mincing them up and putting them in dumplings.
There's a bit of that there. There's a lot of China in it. So there's a little bit ghost story and a lot of political story and a lot of fucking just bad people and dumplings. As in the Chinese movie way, the same symbol is used many times for different things. I've seen reviews of it, and I've seen a good long trailer of it, and it's fucking not real pleasant.
Jesus, no! This is about the dumplings are made with aborted fetuses secured from an abortion clinic, and then the weird old lady making them does a bit of magic with one, boost the sex life. I'm just looking. It's like
it's not nice.
It's not.
Chinese loved it when it came out. They fucking got all over it. They thought it was fucking piss funny.
Yeah. Wow, okay, no, it just is fucked up.
Hang on. Now hang on. When you say that's just fucked up, are you talking about fucked up as in what I would say what was fucked up, or fucked up as in
like fucked up I don't actually want to read out on the stream because it involves incest and black market abortions and murder and grossness. Just Raider says it's been on SBS a couple of times. There's a fucking hoot.
SBS is great for fucking movies. I saw World Without Thieves on SBS and late at night once, and he was fucking awesome. He was a really well put together movie. And the the good guy won through self-sacrifice.
All right. I am just I haven't watched it yet because I've never seen it. Recorded of SBS recently, the original Raid movie from Thailand. So a cop special forces thing. And I saw Raid 2. It was easier at one point to find Raid 2 than Raid. Raid apparently it's basically like a video game turned into a movie. The cops in at the top top floor and a whole apartment building run by mobsters, and their
Yes.
backup gets cut off, and they have to fight their way floor to floor, and
All the
it's
way
like
down.
everyone's in a video game.
Yeah.
So
It doesn't stop. Raid doesn't stop. It keeps.
Neither does Raid 2. Raid 2 takes it out of the building, and there's this highway chase scene in cars. And there's, it's Indonesian, not Thai. Okay, thanks, Shannon. The one impossible shot is so flawless that when I first watched it, I didn't even. It's like a fake car being towed, I think, with half of it cut away, and the camera on these crane dolly arms, but the angle, and so it can sort of go in and out of the car and out the window, and they have to frame it so tightly so you can't see that it's not a real car, because these guys are fighting and falling out of the car and shit. And a wide shot, it just looks really dumb. It's just this half a car where they're doing it, but the shot's so flawless, it just looks like, oh yeah, you're just sort of shooting a fight in a car on a highway.
Beautiful.
Just stunning cinematography and fight.
The movie Children of Men was clearly inspired by that, and they built a crane dolly to go into the cutaway roof. They made a sunroof fold panel in a sedan car, and so there's 4 people actors in this car, and they're driving along, and they're raided by a whole bunch of pedestrians, and there's this one continuous shot for 3.5 minutes, and this camera goes in and through and around the car, and it's basically the car changing shape as the camera comes in and around, and it's shooting various different people as they're doing a thing and as they're trying to get away, and they get away by reversing, and of course that means the car at the back has then got to be put back together, and the car at the front has got to be taken down so the camera can move right round and look through the front. And it was awesome shot, but it was even more awesome watching it being made. It was like, shit, it's really well done.
Yeah, I was just looking it up. There's even a Raid 3, which I did not know.
I didn't know that.
The Raid. Actually, it's The Raid, not Raid. For some reason, I thought it was just Raid. Raid is actually an Indian film, which I found while I was searching just then. But yes, The Raid. And so I don't know what happens in The Raid 3, because The Raid 2 happens literally as the credits roll in The Raid 1. And it's when the surviving cop finds out he's been betrayed, and the corrupt higher up who's betrayed him is still trying to kill him because he's working for a mobster. It's like, Jesus. Shannon, we will doubtless do Angry Bunch. It is a Friday night, after all. And people with an urge to share can share. Well, it's almost 9 o'clock. We might even be an appropriate time. What say you, big guy?
I say.
Yeah? All right.
I say Angry Bunch and get rid of some of this. I've decided to become a white supremacist.
Fair call. Fair call. I mean, less white people than you have done it. So, you know, it's. I'm just saying, it's a thing.
Suggesting that I'm touched with the tar brush?
Touched with the tar brush. Oh my God! I still remember my grandmother saying that about someone, and I was like, "What?" But yes. So that is the link for anyone who wants to join. I think Catherine was going to show off her haircut, which I think she's not actually happy with. Shannon has something to share, or Grasshopper. But yes, anyone who wants to join, that is the link, what I just posted, what you can follow, and we can chat and that type of thing. Is it hot where you are? I feel like weirdly warm.
Okay, so it's humid. I've got my conditioned air on.
All right, it is humid.
Because I was too humid and hot all day.
Yeah.
I've also been half in trouble all day by Boss of the House.
Okay.
Because Boss of the House accidentally got on camera last night.
Yes.
And there was ructions. And
Ructions.
we've decided it's your fault because you probably changed the framing.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I said that I didn't notice that he was on camera, and he's said that that was my fault anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
And who can argue with that?
No, indeed.
Grasshopper. That.
Good evening, gentlemen. How are we?
Good. How you doing?
I'm fine. I'm if you were running your camera and somebody was in the background of your camera that didn't want to be there, would that be your fault?
No.
See, this is one of those tree falls in the forest things.
Okay.
If a tree falls in the forest and there is no woman to hear it, is it still the man's fault?
I don't know. I've kind of come to peace with the idea after I got married that I'm forever going to be in trouble. It's only ever the level that varies.
So you're on my wavelength here.
Yeah,
and we're on the piece of paper that we could get a JP to look at and say that's original documents.
Absolutely.
That's original documents, and I recognise those signatures.
Yeah, absolutely. No, actually, a quick funny story about that one. The night that I proposed to my now wife was actually had her 21st in front of a whole bunch of people and whatnot because I'm an asshole like that. And you know, my father knew that I was going to propose. Her parents knew that I was going to propose, but that was it. And yeah, after it was all said and done, and she said yes and everything, and everybody was happy, and we sat down and we did the rest of the party for her 21st. We were standing outside of the restaurant that we were at for her 21st, just chatting. And Eleanor's standing there next to me with a ring out, and everybody's, oh my God, congratulations, Blas. And my dad came up and he put his arm around me and he looked directly at Eleanor and he goes, now, my dear son, I'll teach you the 2 words that are the best for the absolute best married life that you could ever possibly hope for. And I looked at him and he goes, yes, dear.
Yes, dear.
And Eleanor's taken one look at me going, if you ever, and before she could finish up a sentence, I looked at her and went, yes, dear.
Yeah, I got given that advice as well, and I fucking used it a few times. Except you change the words.
Yeah,
you change the words, right? Because you're not a misogynist prick. You're a repackaged misogynist prick. You're updated for the Audis. And the number of times I just had to turn around and go, I can see where you're coming from there. Yeah.
Okay. Catherine
doesn't want
Do you want
to? We probably will laugh. So it's beautiful anyway.
All right, it is that long.
Look, I understand it's shorter than it was, but it looks good.
Yeah. I cried. I literally cried after they did it because I didn't want to. Yeah, because it was halfway down my back, and I didn't want to do it.
Oh dear. Well, that's a dodgy hairdresser then.
And that's a hung frame from Catherine there.
For 2 seconds, I can't be back.
No worries, Azy.
It's a great frozen frame. It's Catherine is forever horrified at her haircut being too short.
Yes.
Sorry, now I'm getting the giggles. I had to go off and put a Band-Aid on my finger. I was my little project that's underway here. That's like a sweet and sour mix being milk clarified. So, and that was a multi-stage thing. The first thing was an audio.
Everyone stopped.
Oh, wait. Oh, see, Catherine thinks we stopped. That's really funny. That happens to me too. I see it as everyone else stopping, and then everyone comes back. Well, I think you might be back, Catherine. Are you there?
Welcome back.
Again.
Can you hear us?
What's wrong?
Can you hear us, Catherine? I don't think she can hear us.
No, I don't think she can hear us right now. No. Well,
No, there she goes. She's going to
There she
refresh.
goes.
She's going to come back.
yeah. No, I think the internet's just being dicky in Australia right now.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So so the first thing is citrus peel and sugar, and you cover the citrus peel in sugar, and it draws all the syrup, the oil out, turns into a syrup. Try it again, Catherine.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
But basically, I cut my finger peeling citrus with a sharp citrus peeler, and it was okay. But then when we were talking, I just kind of caught the cut on something, and it opened up. And so it's A, bleeding, and B, I want to stop from hitting it on anything. So yes. We didn't do anything to Catherine, Annette. Catherine just, I don't know.
Yeah, no, it was my end. It's because I'm on a laptop with a Wi-Fi, and so it just sucks, I guess. But
That's
can
fair.
I tell the story?
Yes, tell the story of your hair.
So what happened was, for the last 4 months, I've been dizzy constantly, like all the time. So I've gone to physio, I've gone to exercise physiologist, I've gone to all these people, and they're like, nothing's wrong, you're a hypochondriac. And I'm like, this hurts. And I'm dizzy, and I'm falling over, and I've got great big headaches. And they've done MRIs and CAT scans and all these other scans. And they're like, well, you're not trying anymore. How about you cut off your hair? And they're almost like saying I'm non-compliant because I didn't get a haircut. And
What the fuck?
exactly. And
That's
it was,
Hi guys.
and it was like down to here, like they cut like yellow.
Catherine, I'm just going to butt in for a second.
Yeah.
I've got to bail out. Actually.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's some situation to do.
Okay.
And
Just
I will deal with
80.
that, and I shall see yous real soon. Is tomorrow an on night or an off night?
Tomorrow night's my date night, so I won't be on tomorrow.
80, before you go very quickly, I jumped into the stream to tell you something very good.
Okay.
I finally started my meds for rheumatoid arthritis. They've got me on methotrexate and prednisone, and so far now I can see my fucking knuckles again already.
That's good.
that's good
That's
stuff.
good.
It's
Well,
absolutely amazing.
Yes. Is pretty good, and get them to get you on that Remicade real fast.
Yeah, no, they're going to do this for 4 weeks and then change it up after that, but so far the treatment's working really, really well. So just wanted to let you know before you went.
Okay. All right, guys. You have the best one. I'll see you later.
All right, 80, best of luck with everything going on, mate.
Thank you.
Yeah. Later, get better. Yeah.
So we were just at the point where you were telling me about something, Catherine, that made me think the people saying it to you probably need to be slapped about a bit.
Yeah, just
They're saying that your problem because you wouldn't get a haircut.
Yeah, and they were saying I'll be non-compliant. And I'm like,
That's
what the fuck? I have done everything you've ever asked me to do until I fall over because I can't do it. And it's like, yeah, and not once have they gone, you need painkillers. They have not once gone to someone,
Catherine's internet. Either that or the people don't want them bad mouthing him and they've got her under surveillance and they cut the line on her.
It's a conspiracy.
It's a conspiracy. I love conspiracies. Sorry, no, I don't hate them.
I love reading about them. I don't love the people that take them seriously.
No, and I unwisely searched on a particular thing on Twitter today and just got all the fuckwits who still are going, Dictator Dan. People are sick. And people who would never give a shit about mental health issues saying, the mental health problems have killed more people than any COVID will, and which is categorically not true. The situation absolutely sucked. I don't deny that for a second. And for some people, it was worse than others. But the medical authorities have verified there's been no noticeable uptick in suicide. A lot of people are feeling more down than usual, which is just a really normal reaction to what's happening.
To being locked in, yeah.
Yeah, these fuckheads who would normally mock people dealing with mental health issues, suddenly they're all about, oh, no, you don't care about people's mental. I fucking hate them.
It's exactly what I was about to say. These are the same dickheads that'll tell somebody who's suffering from clinical depression that have a comment like, "Oh, just take a teaspoon of cement and hard the fuck up," or some other ridiculous, ridiculous thing.
Yeah, Catherine, before the people cut your internet line again.
Yeah, I have no idea. It's the same setup I have been using.
Oh
my God. I feel like it's not happening for you tonight, Catherine.
No, I don't think it is.
Really amusing free frame. Yeah, I don't know if you can connect the cable to your laptop, but it's given you a really hard time tonight.
Yeah, something's not working right down there for you, Kath.
I know.
Abigail,
Okay, we're moving.
Looks like Catherine's got a plan.
I know.
You got to go sort something out.
Hang on back.
Wait. Okay.
I don't have a cable long enough because when they set up the internet in this house, it was like 2007.
Yeah. Of course, ironically, while you haven't been telling the story, your internet hasn't dropped out. So
I'm repeating.
You can try again.
Oh, goodness gracious.
No, I'm back. Now I'm back.
Requiem for a Dream Time.
Go, Grasshopper.
As I was saying before, the same guys that used to tell people to, just keep your chin up, or, you're just feeling a bit down, it's fine, it's nothing bad, and all of that sort of stuff, are now the same guys trying to further their own agenda by saying, oh, it's causing mental illness, or it's causing a uptick in suicide, or, this mental illness is getting worse and whatnot. And it's like, if you never took it seriously before, the idea of you saying that now is not only untrue, it's patently fucking offensive.
Yeah. Oh, it's like in America, the conservatives who get really upset that Che Guevara is a literal pin-up idol, like, he's on all the T-shirts and posters. And go, oh, you think you're progressive, but, Che Guevara, said gay people were sick and wanted to exterminate them. Do you support that? And it's like, well, dude, are you a big gay rights activist now? Is that what you're saying? You're going to defend gay people against discriminatory employment laws in multiple states? You're going to fight against that? Are you? No? Well, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
It's the same as the people who were screaming about third wave feminism when it first started to get a little bit more attention. They were like, all of these women that are complaining about rape culture and all of these other supposed BS things, you don't hear them talking about these poor women over in Islam countries and all of this sort of stuff. And it's like, you don't actually care about the women over in those Islam countries. You care about the fact that it's an Islam country.
Yeah. And besides the fact feminists do speak out against repressive regimes. But they're full of shit. They're just
100%.
Hypocrisy.
Yeah. Because they call out the abuse and horrible standards of the rich old white guy culture in Australia, that's somehow not comparable to the oppression and whatnot of the women in Islam predominant countries. To say that they don't have it better here than what they do have it over there is, of course, untrue. But that doesn't mean that the claims that they're making about what's happening over here and in America and the UK, etc., aren't any less fucking valid.
Yeah. Well, it's like if someone's like, you know, smashing your fingers with a hammer and you complain and you want them to stop. What are you complaining about? Look over there. That person's been hit in the head repeatedly with a shovel. They've got it way worse. What are you complaining about?
Yeah.
It's just like, fucking what? My God.
What do they refer to it as a whataboutism? Logical fallacy?
Yeah. It's just, it's absolutely ridiculous.
Hmm.
And yeah, because the one thing that gets me more than sort of bigots and fuckheads are hypocritical bigots and fuckheads who want to pretend that that's not what they are. At least someone like, you know, the Proud Boys or something, you know, or the white supremacists who rally with their fucking Klan signs. At least, you know, they are what they are. They're still despicable scum and need to be fucking cleared out. But at least they are what they are. And you don't get these ones who, you know, are just as bad, but want to dress themselves up.
Without wanting to opening up that gigantic can of worms again, but it was, for me, it was similar to the Westboro Baptist Church. I got into a lot of trouble with a lot of people because I'm like, well, at least they're being honest over the greatest majority of other creationists on the face of the planet, because the creationists use the Old Testament as the way that they find out the age of the universe, and therefore it should be taken literally. Well, the Old Testament literally says that homosexuality is an abomination. So at least the Westboro Baptist Church were being fucking honest. And, you know, so they got a little bit more respect wouldn't be the right word, but legitimacy as a group.
Except, now this is, the Westboro Baptist Church are weird because they're not a church as such. They're a family. And a lot of the family are lawyers. And there was this theory, and I don't know how true it is, but that their whole shtick was just to do stuff that was so offensive, people would try to shut them down. And then they'd launch massive lawsuits for damages. Because their First Amendment rights are being infringed, and they don't actually mean any of that stuff, and it's actually just this huge scam to try and set up lawsuits and say you're infringing my rights. So they just deliberately say the most offensive thing, like, you know, they picket and they were trying to upset conservatives. They picket soldiers' funerals and, you know, say soldiers are fags. This guy's in hell. And it's because they're trying to get people to shut them down so they can launch lawsuits.
One of those incredibly rare things that John Howard did when he was PM that I completely agreed with was when they tried to come over here to, I think it was for Heath Ledger's funeral or something like that they were going to try and picket. And he basically swung the mighty pen and prevented them from coming into the country. To be able to spread their hateful bullshit, like I say, one of those very rare instances where you're 100% behind him.
Yes, and the gun control that was like it for him. And as Abigail does point out, it is true also that the Old Testament does not unambiguously say homosexuality is an abomination. There is a lot of question about the translation of that. And of course, it's ridiculous to hold up anyway, because the next verse says eating shellfish is an abomination. And
it also says
fabrics is against the law. And
it also says that slavery is a natural condition, and it completely condones slavery and all of those sorts of horrible things as well. So the argument that I make on the translation of the Bible, like the old Greek or whatever it was that it was translated from, was basically man shall not lay with a young boy the same way that he lay with a man, apparently.
There is a theory that that's what the original text may have meant. It was actually pedophilia, not anti-homosexual. But
even if that is true, at the end of the day, when it got translated to English, the meaning of it got changed. And the meaning of it now is used as a weapon to be against homosexuality. So regardless of its original meaning, like the swastika's original meaning was a good luck charm in some ancient mythological cultures. Now it means you're a fucking Nazi.
Except it is still used by the original proponents of. You get incense that has swastikas on it, which is fucking wild. But and it's not Nazis by stealth. It's actually the original sort of Hindu sect. That's their peace symbol. But it's the world is weird. The world is very, 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 very weird.
and always with those shades of grey.
Yeah, and things don't stand still either. That's the other funny thing. Someone trying to assert because X was agreed upon on this date, X can never change, and it's like, well, dude, society changes, people change, we learn new things, we change our mind about what's important. To suggest that something is carved in stone, whether it was 20 years ago, 200 or 2,000 years ago, the idea that we should unswervingly follow that and never question it is fucking stupid.
100%. Abigail raises another good point. She says that the Bible has been translated, edited, translated, edited, translated, edited, etc., and so on and so forth. So many times it boggles my mind how many people take it seriously. 100%.
Yeah.
Safa says the Hindu sect should have copyrighted the swastika. I think that the time to try and reclaim the swastika is well and truly over. Sort of like the African Americans reclaiming the N-word, like they did that at the right time, I would guess. But the swastika nowadays is it's too much, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and that's sort of bringing in the actual link between German possible pagan symbols and the Buddhist symbol. But the Nazis also got this weird thing because, in certain language, Aryan means like Central Asian people, Indian, South Asian people. And there's a real crossover between the weird sort of occulty people who got involved in Nazism and certain religious bigots in India. And there's this whole cult in India that believed Hitler was the earthly reincarnation of one of the big ones, Krishna. I think.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
Yep. And so there was this weird cult in World War II in India that were tying up Nazism with Hindu philosophy and trying to link the two. It's like weird.
Yeah, I'm trying to find. Oh God, I do remember reading about them, and I'm trying to find the name of the group. Oh goodness gracious!
See, I'm going to fall into my old trap of mentioning Behind the Bastards again, because he actually traced the story of the weird occultist who was part of Hitler's group, but kind of fell out with him, but never fell out of love with Nazism. And she went to India and got involved with religions there. And she whipped up basically Nazi support in India. Philip says it was Vishnu that Hitler was meant to be the reincarnation of. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, okay. And that says there's a new book all about Hitler and his pagan shenanigans. That, it's one of those things. Hitler, it's like we were just saying about John Howard before. There's like one or two things that you can kind of get behind him on, and the rest of it is completely fucked. Hitler did some things that should be noted as a good thing. He had a system for the German soldiers, if they were smokers, if they could show that they quit and had stayed off cigarettes, he would give them a gold watch as a congratulatory getting off the smokes thing. He also had other rewards for German soldiers who tried to implement healthier lifestyles in terms of their eating habits and stuff like that as well. So he did some things that you can agree are good, but overall, he was a piece of shit. The main thing that Hitler did that I always agree with, and the one thing that Hitler did that everybody can agree with, the best thing he ever did was Hitler killed Hitler.
Yeah, you can't take that away from him. Hitler killed Hitler. I'm trying to find I'm looking up this woman's name. Like even the current leader of India, who's a wannabe fascist, is a race supremacist and is really talking up extermination of anyone who's not Hindu. His political party is the one that has a direct line back to the Nazi supporters in World War II. They were on the outer until very recently when they got power.
I remember when he was first coming into power, one of the things that he said that he wanted to try and address in India was the serfdom society that they still had going on at the time. And as a result, he was starting to get a lot of international support, but there was kind of a group of people who looked into him a little bit more than just a couple of those smaller claims going, is he on the level? And they rapidly found that he wasn't so much on the level because he was also, what do you call it, a Hindu nationalist or something like that?
Yeah.
Like a theocratist, I think they call it, where he's like a dictator for this one religion type thing.
Yeah, it's a theocracy.
And so that's never a good thing. It's one of the things that always made me laugh a lot of people saying that Australia needs to go back to its Christian or Catholic morals, or we should let the Christian Catholic morals run the country. And it's like, you are the same people who will scream about these Islam-led countries and how horrible it is for people over there. What makes you think it's going to be any different if we were a complete Christian theocracy or Catholic theocracy? There's nothing that's going to be good that's going to come out of that, unless you happen to be a homophobic bigot, in which case then you might do quite well. It's just never a good idea.
Yeah. As Philip's pointing out about Narendra Modi in India, they literally have brown shirts, like little fascist militia who go around beating up and murdering people who eat beef. Is one of them, because the cow being sacred to Hindus, and the West has been turning a bit of a blind eye to it when they've just been persecuting and beating and killing Muslims, but they're turning their attention to Buddhists and Christians as well. They've been absolutely explicit. They want to get everyone who's not Hindu. I finally found her name. And this woman is creepy because you'll still get New Age dickheads who read her books and say her philosophy is wonderful. Savitri Devi. She's actually a German. That's the name she adopted to sound like an Eastern mystic. Savitri Devi. She basically took her passion for Nazism and turned it into a religion. And her books are still touted by idiot New Age fuckwits who go, she knows how the world. No, she's a fucking Nazi. What's wrong with you? And again, not an insult if you said it to her. She loves Hitler. She worshipped Hitler.
It's one of those things, like when you see somebody wearing a swastika on their arm and you go, are you a Nazi? And they act all offended. It's like, well, that is the Nazi fucking, like, to be clear, that black band with the red circle with the swastika inside of it, the fucking Nazi symbol of the swastika. And it's like, are you a Nazi? And they act all offended. It's like, if I was wearing a jacket that said I am, a teetotaler or something like that, I'm a fucking teetotaler. If I'm wearing that symbol, you're going to get called a Nazi because you fucking are one.
Yeah, pretty much. Hi, Lee.
Hey, hello. Lee. How you doing, bud?
Yeah, I'm doing very well, thank you.
That's good. That's good.
I just noticed Arthur had a slight misunderstanding. He's thinking Indian restaurants are weird in Australia because they have meat in them. Vegetarianism isn't that widespread in India. Eating beef is very uncommon. That's why you get a lot of the Indian dishes are lamb or chicken, or in some cases goat. Some people do beef, definitely. And in fact, in my area, and I didn't know that before I moved here, but there's a very big Indian community, and it's a particular subset who are vegetarian. So there's like 2 or 3 vegetarian Indian outlets in my original, and I'm not a vegetarian, so I'm not that into it. But hell, if you're a vegetarian, it'd be great. They've got these hugely diverse vegetarian menus because there is actually a subset of Hindus who are completely vegetarian. Yeah.
I have a few friends who are vegetarian. My sister-in-law is a vegan, and I've got one other friend who is also a vegan. So going out for their various celebrations and catch-ups, it's always usually at a vegetarian or a vegan type restaurant.
Yeah.
And what that's taught me pretty quick is that some of the vegetarian dishes that come from Indian restaurants and whatnot are really delicious.
Yeah.
They're really, really good.
A vegetarian culture that goes back centuries, the food's going to be good.
Yep. No, it's like with a lot of vegan cooking, what I found before I got introduced to this lovely culinary world was their level of flavor depended on their level of spice, it seemed. It was going to be tasty because it was spicier, it felt.
Yeah.
Until we went out to a couple of these restaurants and it was just an absolute mind-opening experience. I loved it. I'm a big foodie, as is absolutely evident by the baby belly going on, but it's I love being introduced to new types of food from around the world. There was a place in Perth that I got to go to the first time that I visited there called the Lion's Kill. I don't know if it still exists or not, but it was an African-themed restaurant that specialized in things like ribs and steaks and whatnot, but they would use a lot of African cooking techniques, African spices, and some African vegetable dishes to go aside the ribs or the steak or the whatever. And absolutely delicious. Like just, I wish it was everywhere. And I don't think that people actually realize that Africa, South Africa, Asia, Papua New Guinea, and so on and so forth, all of them have got their own unique takes on all of these different foods out there. And they're all absolutely worth trying because some of them are just absolutely mind-blowingly beautiful, beautiful food.
Yes.
And I just think it's one of those communal things that's going to help us break through cultural barriers, introduce people to the foods of the culture.
Well, travel has been proven to be one of the big eradicators of ignorance and bigotry. The most bigoted people, the most racist people are usually people who've never traveled, it's
always the ones that are four-wheel driving around Australia who are always the most racist and bigoted bastards that you've ever met.
Yeah.
Why would I want to leave Australia? There's so much of Australia we still haven't seen yet. It's a beautiful country. We're not saying that Australia isn't beautiful. We're saying that other places around the world have some really interesting things to go and see.
Yeah, like Niagara Falls.
Niagara Falls. If you ever get the chance, Angel Falls. God, I always get the name of that country wrong. Hang on.
Is that the one in Zimbabwe or?
I always get it wrong.
Spectacular. Victoria Falls is spectacular.
No. Angel Falls is in Venezuela. That's the one.
Oh, Venezuela.
Yeah. It's the world's highest uninterrupted waterfall with a height of 979 meters and a plunge of 807. It's at its full, after the rains and the floods and everything, and it's going full blast. We are talking thousands upon thousands of gigaliters per water every second going over the edge of this mountain. But by the time it's hitting the bottom, it's like a fine mist rain.
Oh, yeah, it breaks down on the way down.
I would love to see that firsthand. Just absolutely love to see that firsthand. But getting there, it's not just a case of fly to Venezuela and get on a bus. It's like a 4-day trek from, the closest place that you can set off from. So you're going to be really determined.
Yeah, it was one of the very many things around the world. There's in Turkey. There's an area known as Cappadocia, where all these people lived in caves, and there's basically this massive network of tunneling done through all these caves. It's over a period of hundreds, if not thousands, of years, and it just looks absolutely amazing. I definitely would like to see that. Just this incredible network of caves that people lived in.
Yeah, it's some of the the even the local caves like Jenolan Caves and stuff like that, just seeing their formations is absolutely breathtaking. But when you see how in, like, not just in Australia but in other countries where we've adapted to live with the environment as opposed to forcing the environment to adapt to us, it has been some of the most breathtaking and beautiful architecture and mind-boggling amounts of complexity for them to be able to get these things done, and it's always more amazing to me. Like, people talk about the Empire State Building or the Leaning Tower of Pisa or the Eiffel Tower or the AMZ Tower, whatever you want to call it now. You know, all of these amazing man-made structures. It's like, yeah, okay, they're impressive, but the intricate designs and whatnot that they had to go through for, like you said, living in these caves and all of that sort of stuff, that's way more interesting. There's a lot more to it.
I agree.
You know, there's a lot more history to it. And I think that that's what we should be holding up is people adapting to the environment, not forcing the environment to adapt to us, because climate change is a fucking thing.
I agree.
Yeah, I do like the natural wonders of the world, definitely.
Abigail says she merely adopted as a German. I was born in it, molded by it.
Yeah, I think that was the trouble. This woman was actually born into it and molded by it. She adopted the Hindu mysticism, but yeah, to this day, Modi still has a fucking Nazi fetish. And of course, it's funny because one of the reasons the Nazis were somewhat popular in India in World War II is because they were on the receiving end of centuries of repression from the British, and in recent history, specifically from Winston Churchill, who inflicted famine on them, killed millions and millions of people. And so here, there's a dude who wants to fight Churchill. He must be okay because Churchill's a piece of shit. Genocidal bastard. So if there's a guy who wants to fight Churchill, he must be okay. So it's all a question of perspective, really.
Yeah, no, that much is true. Look, there's some things that Winston Churchill did that I found absolutely hilarious. Like, you know, at a particular function, some lady came up to him and said, "You're drunk, sir." And he said, "Yes, madam, but tomorrow morning I shall be sober. But you will forever be ugly."
Yes.
And apparently her response was, "If you were my husband, I would poison your coffee." And his response was, "Woman, if I were your husband, I would drink it." So he was kind of funny in his own right, and I give him full credit for that. But that doesn't mean that he wasn't a genocidal cunt, because he really was.
Personally, directly responsible for millions upon millions of deaths.
Yeah.
He's literally, he is up there with like Stalin and Mao for starving people to death.
Apparently, Raiders are saying that he missed the Black Eyed Peas playing in Jenolan Caves by a week. I didn't even know that they played there.
Wow, that's a wild thing. Black Eyed Peas at Jenolan Caves.
Yeah, no, I remember the first time that I ever went to Jenolan Caves was with my now wife when we were just engaged. Was the middle of winter, and we had rented a car for this particular trip because both of us got told by our respective works to take our annual leave, so we had to.
Right. Yeah.
And we decided to go away on our first ever couples holiday, and we had to rent a car because neither of us had a car at the time, and we had this little Toyota Starlet that had an excess of $3,500 if I was in an accident, regardless of who was at fault.
Oh, wow.
And so we drove, like, we stayed at a place called Wentworth Falls Resort, which is just outside of Katoomba and well before Jenolan Caves. And we decided to go out into the Jenolan Caves tour. So we drove down. To get to Jenolan Caves, you've got to go down Jenolan Caves Road, which is about 16 kilometers of a windy single lane each direction road that on the left-hand side, as you're going down, is a cliff drop, and on your right-hand side is a cliff face. No ifs, ands, or buts. And going down there, it's freezing cold, but, you know, going down there was fine. We went through, we did our tours, had a great time, everything was good. As we were coming out of the last tour, turns out that they had closed off Jenolan Caves Road coming down because of the amount of snow that was on the road.
Oh, damn.
But we left before they were stopping cars from driving up Jenolan Caves Road. So here I am in this car with a $3,500 excess, regardless of who's at fault,
Oh
Going-
god damn.
up a road in the snow with no
Yeah.
snow tires, no chains, no warning.
Damn.
That was a frightening trip. That was a
Yep.
very frightening trip.
Sounds
Fun.
pretty stressful.
Look, it was every time because you're in the snow and your ass is just sliding all over the place.
Yep.
So fun, but also bloody frightening.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, if you ever get the chance, if you're in Sydney to go to Jenolan Caves, I can't recommend the tours enough. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Yep. I've been to Jenolan Caves. It's pretty impressive. That's true. I'm going to make what is a slightly complicated way to make a mojito, because I saw a video on YouTube, this guy going like, I went to Cuba where they make the best mojito and I found this one place and they make the best one ever, and then this is how they make it. And there's this, like, it's a complicated way to make a mojito. And because Monday is, let me see. I think it's the anniversary of the founding of. Let me just double check. Havana. Yes. Okay. Havana's birthday. Founded on November 16 in when was it? 1519. Holy crap! It's when the Spanish colonists said mass, founded the city as San Cristobal de la Habana. So I did not know Havana had been a city for that long, actually. That is quite a long time. Wow, I just realized, man, I missed last year was the 500th anniversary. God. I bet they had a big party.
You're dropping the ball there, Angry. Dropping the ball.
Yep. Bet they had a big party in Havana last year for the 500th anniversary. But,
I will just take 2 minutes to go take a quick bathroom break and get myself some more iced tea.
Oh, good plan. Good plan. How's your week been, Lee?
It's been pretty good.
Anything much happening or?
Not really.
Yeah.
Well, I've stopped having attendant carers.
Oh, okay.
All they were
Yeah.
doing was cleaning the house for me, and I was just like, well, I can do that myself.
Still, I think if I had someone cleaning the house, I might keep them around, but that's just me. I'm lazy. But I just says, Safa asking what to think about Foxtel getting tens of millions of dollars from the Liberals. It's obviously a complete scam and a bribe to keep the propaganda Murdoch 100% behind them to help them win the next federal election. Although Labor's so piss weak at the moment, I don't know that the Liberal Party needs any help to win the next election, which I find super depressing. But also realistically, I don't feel like Labor has anything approaching a chance at the moment. But that reeks of utter corruption. The Liberals giving Foxtel tens of millions of dollars for no actual reason. It's like they keep seize funding, but let's give Rupert Murdoch $30 million for no actual reason. It's like, Jesus.
My only response to Rupert Murdoch is...
Yeah, I honestly, I reckon Murdoch probably can't believe that he's got them that much under his thumb that they would actually do this. It's outrageous.
Yeah.
But
it's outrageous, definitely.
Yeah. So, but yeah, whether it's gonna, have any blowback on them, who knows? Sebastian, you don't know if Albanese has enough bite. I think Albanese is weak as piss. I've been absolutely disgusted by how pathetic he's been as opposition leader.
Yeah,
And
it's like, well...
Rudd sent a legal notice to Credlin saying, you're saying things that aren't true that probably qualify as legally actionable slander, so you should stop. But, yeah. Sebastian, we want an Abbott style attack dog. Not really. Well, we maybe need Albanese to have the spirit that he seemed to have 20 years ago, because Keating hated him because he was so left. There's no sign of that now, because when Keating was around, Albanese was a very junior Labor MP, and Keating couldn't stand him because he was so left wing. Dari, you think there's a dude in Queensland, Steve Miles, has a bit of bite. Who else can win the Labour Party? I don't know which Fitzgerald guy you're talking about. Like I said, I thought Albanese would be a significant improvement on Shorten, because I thought Shorten was pathetic. But Albanese's like a backward step from Shorten. It's amazing. I'm just stunned at how weak Albanese is. It's absolutely wild. So I'm just going to look up a definition, because I think I agree with the person who said I got slander versus libel, because one's written and one's spoken. Slander is defamation of a person through transient form of communication, generally speech. Libel is defamation for a person through permanent form of communication, mostly the written word. And that's why I said slander, because she was speaking words. But it probably technically does qualify as libel, because being in broadcast media, it exists permanently. Sebastian, if anyone ever suggests Joel Fitzgibbon as having a position of power in the Labour Party, I'll put their head in a fucking blender. Joel Fitzgibbon is a rancid piece of shit. He's absolutely contemptible. He's utter filth. He should be in the fucking, I was going to say Liberal Party, he should be in the fucking National Party, the reactionary fucking turd. He's a piece of shit. I have opinions about Joel Fitzgibbon.
There was also that party called Rise Up Australia, led by Danny Nalia. That guy is just
Yeah, but fringe nutcases are fringe nutcases. This guy's in the Labour Party, is in Parliament, and he's a fucking piece of shit, sucking the dick of the fucking coal companies. Climate change isn't real. And it's like, shut the fuck up, dude. Yes.
Hey, Angry. The last time that we were talking about my wife, the one time that she came on stream to say hello, you were off making a cocktail, so you didn't actually get to say hello. Would you, being that it's a reasonably quiet one tonight, would you like the quick chance to say hello to Mrs. Hopper, as it were? All right, I'll get her to come in and say a quick hello.
Yeah, Abigail, maybe I should do some videos. I feel like I warm up a bit. Maybe I should do some more of the angry pre-recorded videos. Yeah, maybe I should, because I'm kind of getting back in the frame of mind where I can. COVID was very weird, and I just felt weird because it was like all I was talking about was COVID and the American election, and it just felt really repetitive, and I didn't want to do it. And that's when I started doing the live streams all the time, and then that just became a sort of therapy to just be talking to people. But yes, maybe I'll mix it up a bit sometime soon. Make more of the thing.
Hello.
Talk. Hello, you're on mute.
Hello.
Oh, there you are. Hello. There you are.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. Lovely to see you. It's many times referenced. First time saying hello to you. It's very nice.
Yeah, I've heard I'm talked about a lot.
It's in a good way.
Ways. Only in positive ways.
Oh, that's good.
Don't worry. We'd rat him out in a second if he said bad things about you.
I don't know what he's saying right now.
He's saying he'd rat you out in a second.
Yes.
Why is that always the way with you?
Yeah,
Elizabeth,
I don't.
grab me outside
Everyone
in just a
takes my
second.
side because
Everybody thinks that you're just lovely and adorable, and they just don't know you. That's the problem.
See, you don't want to be putting up with that. We'll take your side, definitely. No, Grasshopper's going to be on the outer. We'll definitely take your side. That's the way it'll be. I think Catherine's trying to rejoin us, but her internet is.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's a wait. Are you there, Catherine?
Yeah.
Oh, kind of, sorta. You're massively out of sync, I think.
Yeah. So, how long ago did I leave?
Oh, half an hour ago. I don't know.
It took that long for my computer to reset.
Oh my God. Okay, you really technology's
Yeah.
not being good to you.
No,
So I don't know if you
no.
see, we've got Mrs. Hopper on the stream, Catherine.
Hi. Hi.
Come in to say hello to us. Yeah, Raider says it looks like it's the couch for Grasshopper tonight. He's been out of line. We got to fucking make him sleep on the couch. In fact, in all seriousness, because I'm. Oh no, you're not going to be. Oh, what are you doing? What's that? Oh, you need some batteries for the remote. Okay, sorry, I have to do an emergency thing here and get some batteries.
Alright, so if you just say a quick
Okay.
goodbye, then we hop off.
I think I'm going to leave you guys to it and hand you back to Shannon. And I promise I won't kick him out.
Bye,
on the
Mrs.
couch.
Grasshopper.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Okay. Oh, this page. Wait.
All right. So that's a little household emergency dealt with. Had to get the some new batteries for the remote. Looks like Abigail's feeling better because she's dancing. Heidi, hi.
Hello.
How you doing?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, crystal clear.
I'm
Rocking and rolling.
doing better. I did some painkillers and migraine meds and some relaxation meditation that I find very effective. And yeah, feeling better. It's still very dark in here, which I'm liking. And I've banished my son to his bedroom to give
Fair.
me some quiet. I got new headset.
Ooh,
that
nice.
is
Oh, new headset.
much better on my head.
Nice.
It looks super keen. Like it's like
Nice.
it's noise cancelling. It's got 7.1 surround sound.
Yeah.
So that I can just own my son during Fortnite games that we play.
Excellent.
Because I can
Excellent.
hear in 3D. It's amazing.
You're here in 3D, so you know where everything is. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
and
dear.
It's got pass through directly through the mic, so I can hear myself better. So I don't have to do it in software.
Excellent.
And yeah, it's heaps better. So
I have to
Anyway.
admit, when you said it's much better on your head, I just remembered. You remember Elvira, Mistress of the Dark?
I
used to
do.
present- and she had
I
the
was a-
movie. Sorry.
So I was a teenager at the time Elvira was doing her thing.
Yeah.
So I remember her quite well.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Very formative, as you say. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
But you just made me think of the line from the the Elvira movie where I don't know, she gets knocked out, something hits her in the head, and as she regains consciousness, someone says to her, "How's your head?" And she goes, "Well, I've never had any complaints."
Hey, Abigail, how you doing?
Hello. I'm doing okay, I guess.
All right.
All
Doing
things
better.
considered. Doing better, yes.
I'm just setting some things up.
So you would like to say hello to my wife too, but you said hello to her this morning when she woke up. That explains the screaming. That's what that was about, right?
No, the screaming was last night.
Yeah. Oh, goodness gracious. No. Angry missed out on the opportunity to see and say hello to the Eleanor monster, so I got her to sit down and just say a quick hi.
I saw that, yes.
All right.
And now everyone's saying that I'm being Now everybody's saying that I need to go out and sleep on the couch for some reason. My wife doesn't have a problem with being on camera. She's been on the news before, for goodness sakes. She does a lot of signing, and she gets filmed quite a bit doing a signing, so she's used to that part.
Cool.
The hard part for her would be making conversation with people that she doesn't know very well. She has a tendency to kind of hide behind me until I introduce her to people and find relevant topics of interest for them and go ninja, and then she's all good. Okay.
All right.
So,
Yeah, Abigail,
Yes.
I have finally started my treatment for rheumatoid arthritis.
I saw your post on Facebook. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's really good.
How are you feeling?
Really good, actually. So I've only had one dose of thimerosal so far, and next week I need to increase the dosage of it. But no side effects from that, which is really good. And the prednisone, they had me on a different anti-inflammatory before, and it's sort of like the kiddies pool versus the Olympic pool. The change is absolutely mind-bogglingly great. So last night was the first night in literally months upon months that I wasn't just in pain for no good reason. And yeah, was just I'm still over the moon. I can't believe the difference.
So arthritis runs in my family on my mother's side, and all the women have had it. And I got to see my grandmother live out the remainder of her life like this.
Yeah, with claws for hands. Yeah.
Yeah, it was, and her feet, it was like that, and it was heartbreaking. My mother has it and suffers from it, but her medication is much better, and I'm constantly worried that I'll have it. When I started getting chronic pain, that's the first thing I checked because of the family history, and the rheumatologist said it wasn't it. They ruled it out, and it was fibromyalgia. So I was actually kind of relieved. At the same time.
In a way, yes, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd prefer to have fibromyalgia or arthritis. Personally, I'd prefer to have neither.
Yeah, well. No, but I'd rather have the good type of chronic pain.
Yeah,
the sucky one.
The superior type of chronic pain. Yeah.
Yeah.
Although I have to admit, you just made me think.
You know the good type. It's not it that I've got,
no. There isn't one. Who remembers Ugly Dave Gray on Blankety Blanks? Okay. Again, this is things that are stuck in my brain that. A gesture or a word will make me think of it. He is always doing the innuendo jokes, and he's talking about like, I had a date with this gorgeous woman. She was like this. Terrible arthritis. She couldn't move her hands.
Actually, that reminds me earlier. AT told the joke of how do you circumcise a Tasmanian? You kick your sister in the jaw.
Oh God! Yeah.
He missed out. He missed out on the best Tasmanian joke that I've ever heard, and I'll tell you guys right now.
Okay.
It's a Tasmanian girl going out to get married, and it's a very weird marriage in that she's not getting married to somebody inside of her own family. And on the marriage, after the ceremony and the reception's all completed, and the couple have gone off to the hotel for their first night together as husband and wife, the groom comes running home, and he comes screaming in the front door, and his dad's like, "What the hell are you doing here, son? It's your wedding night. You're supposed to be out there with your wife." He goes, Dad, you don't understand. She's a virgin." And his dad turns around, he goes, "Oh, son, you've done the right thing. If she's not good enough for her family, she's not good enough for ours."
I want to lighten the mood a bit with an absurdist riff on that. I remember I can't remember, it was in like an 80s Brit pop star, I can't remember. But someone asked him to tell a joke, and he goes, "Okay, how do you drown a Tory?" And I don't know how. You drop the toilet seat on their head. I'm just like, what?
Actually, that was One of the best ones, I got to see James Randi. I got to see him live the last time that he was touring in Australia.
Yeah.
And I actually got to get up in the Q&A section of it and ask him a question. And in his last tour, he was promoting the movie An Honest Liar, which if anybody's interested about James Randi, go watch An Honest Liar. Fantastic. And, you know, everybody else was doing all of the typical questions of, you know, why do you debunk this? Why do you do that? Why don't you believe in this and that and the other?
Yeah.
Whereas An Honest Liar tried to really show James Randi as a bit of a prankster, as a bit of a humorous guy to hang around and love to tell jokes and all of that sort of stuff. So when I got up, I turned around to him and said, you know, you as a skeptic and you as a debunker is a very well-known thing, so I've got no questions in regards to that. My only real curiosity is, what would be your favorite joke? And would you please tell us what your favorite joke is now? And he turns around and he goes, well, that's a very interesting question, because I was talking to Teller about that the other day, and Teller said,
Oh. Say that again. I completely zoned out. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
James Randi said that he was having a discussion with Teller from Penn and Teller about what was the best joke. And he said, and Teller said,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That reminds me
Teller
of
talks all the time, just not on stage.
Not on stage,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, I've heard him talk plenty of times, but
yeah.
Catherine's having another go.
Oh, welcome back, Catherine.
Right. So I cleared the cache on my computer, and hopefully that will work.
Hopefully, yes.
Hopefully.
Yeah, that reminds me of what when I was watching Max Headroom. He's like, it's like fresh beef is as fresh as the moment the cow goes. "Mm." Just like, dude, it's just terrible.
Yeah.
When it comes to absurdist humor, I don't think that anything quite tops the "We Are the Knights Who Say Knee."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so out there and just ridiculous. It's absolutely hilarious.
Talking about fresh, I forget who it was, but someone had the line about being so into rare steak at a restaurant, and they say they want it extra rare, and the waiter says, "How rare?" He goes, "Tell you what, son, just knock the horns off it, smack its ass, and send it out here."
One of my good friends, who's no longer with us by the name of Luke, he once got asked by a waitress, "How rare do you want your steak?" And he says, "So rare a good vet couldn't save it."
A what?
What?
So rare a good vet couldn't save it.
No, you mean a good vet could save it.
That too.
A bad vet couldn't save it. Maybe.
The comic writer who I've always quite liked, who was recently outed as just being a very amoral well, actually, he was always... No, he wasn't open. He's basically exploited his position for 20 years to have sex with an almost endless stream of women, sometimes juggling 4 or 5 of them at once and not telling them that he was doing that. He was never actually non-consensual, but he was lying and stringing along multiple women, and it was very bad behavior, very, very, very bad behavior. But he had this really, it's not available anymore, but he was selling this barbecue apron on, one of the sites where you can sell such stuff. And it was this weird garbled English, but it was just saying things like, "Ooh, yes, meat, cook it with fire till it's black. No, not medium rare. Medium rare means a good vet could bring it back. No, this is man food. Burn it." It was just really, and it was this whole. It was not a short slogan. It was like 100 words. But if you're wearing it at a barbecue, everyone's going to stop and read it and go like,
Yeah.
What is wrong with you?
I stare at it so long. Yeah.
No, and anybody a fan of the movie Serenity will understand the quote of "If Kaylee doesn't get in the engine room, this landing's going to get pretty interesting." Define interesting. Oh God, we're all going to die.
Yes.
I had a shirt for ages that had interesting noun and had the dictionary definition of interesting, and then underneath that, oh God, we're all going to die. The amount of times that I got stopped by a bunch of people wanting to read my entire shirt before I could move on. I could just imagine if I'm wearing that apron at a barbecue, trying to concentrate on everything, and everybody's like, no, stop, no, I need to read all of this.
And because it was in weird broken English. Yeah, wear it on your back. That would be
kind of defeats the purpose, but yeah.
When I'm playing Elite Dangerous and I'm coming in for a landing, I'll often say, I am a leaf on the wind.
Oh no, that's tempting face.
It's okay, I'm a leaf on the wind.
That's tempting face.
What does that mean?
Oh yeah, I remember when I was a kid and I went, and in my special school, Jeff Kennett was doing a talk and I got to meet him, tried to shake my hand, and I was just like, no, I don't want to shake your hand.
No.
He'd be a weird, creepy man, definitely.
Yeah, it's similar to the time that I had the displeasure of meeting Christopher Pine.
No.
Oh my God, he disappeared without a trace since the federal election too.
Yes, he did.
He's retired.
He was out at a school that I was at, helping a friend of mine's daughter with her school thing, and he was going around and shaking babies and picking up hands. And tried to shake my hand, and I'm just like, I am not shaking your hand, and he just walked completely on.
Yeah, good for you.
Absolute abhorrent piece of shit.
I'm gonna set up to do this.
I met, I think it was Kevin Rodman. I was like 19 with my mum at a mall. I shook his hand. And this was before he got elected, and my mum was with me, and then he left, and then I turned to her and said, "Who was that?" It's like, you want me to shake their hand if they offer it to you? But I'm like, who is that?
I may not be the biggest. Sorry, go ahead, Abigail.
I shook Bob Hawke's hand once when he was Prime Minister. I was very young. I've also locked eyes with Bill Shorten while he was opposition leader across a crowded room, and I'm like, I had my Greens t-shirt on, but it was at a queer memorial after the shooting, the nightclub shooting
in America. Yeah.
It was at Fed Square as a memorial, so I didn't do anything, and he was like, yeah, okay, I'll just leave this alone, and just walked off. But I was like,
there was one thing that Bill Shorten did when he was opposition leader that I want to give him a high five for, and I forget who the politician it was that was walking past and made some snarky comment at him, and he turned around and went, well, at least I'm not a fucking homophobe, mate. There was some conservative politician that was making some snarky comment at him. And
was that kid from South Australia?
I want to say Lars
Corey Bernardi.
That's
such a piece of shit.
Oh yeah, it reminds me of when Pauline Panstein was playing Little Johnny, going, "I'm sorry about my ears, my eyes, my face. I've got to think more like a human being. My apologies to the human race."
I loved the rumor that got spread around for a while, and people actually believed it. The person Pauline Panstein was apparently one of her children. It unfortunately turns out to be completely not true. I just really wish it was.
But it's a lecturer at a uni.
Uni lecturer. One of those things where it's like, oh my god, I hope it's true. I hope it's true. I know it's probably not true, but I hope it's true. Yeah.
It's one of those things that you kind of sit around just wishing that it still was.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to leave you guys to look after. Wait. I'm going to leave you guys to look after yourselves for a little bit. Just going to actually hit the right button so I turn my speaker off. And right, it's all yours.
All right, so Safa says I would be a good movie voiceover guy. Safa, I doubt that. Prednisone is a corticosteroid, according to Reddit. Yes, it is. Pred is an immunosuppressant. The anti-inflammatory reaction is the immune system response. Raiders, no. Prednisone is a steroid. The methotrexate is the immunosuppressant. And the methotrexate takes about 4 to 6 weeks to become completely effective in helping to calm down your immune system. The prednisone is used specifically as an anti-inflammatory steroidal. And that's it. Let's see. Safa says, I didn't shake Scummo's hand last year. Good on you. I started the not shaking hands with Scummo last year. What was Pauline Hanson in jail for? Pauline Hanson was in jail
for
voter
sort of
fraud.
election fraud. Voter
Yeah.
fraud, yeah.
Yeah.
Hang on a second. Hanson.
It was like
To
a
do with those
massive
posts?
technicality, and I think she had
Yeah.
like she was really cross about it, like really upset about it because it was a huge like a technicality. But if anyone deserves to go to jail for a technicality, it's her.
A district
yeah,
court
yeah.
jury found Hanson guilty of electoral fraud in 2003, but her convictions were later overturned by 3 judges on the Queensland Court of Appeal. She spent 11 weeks in jail prior to the appeal being heard. Hanson rejoined One Nation in 2013, becoming leader again the following year. So there we go. So what election was it in? Safa 2013, 2014?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just can't believe she made it back. It's like, you're kidding.
Well,
But-
with the amount of racist white people in Australia, I'm not surprised.
Oh yeah, I'm not surprised. I just didn't want it. That's why I'm worried about Trump.
Okay.
That's why
Sorry.
I've got no comment.
Raiders, I withdraw what I said previously. You are correct. Prednisone is a medication used to help suppress the immune system. So my apologies on that one. I was incorrect.
Yeah.
Just did Raiders. Just withdrew my previous statement. No. Trump is a piece of shit and good riddance to bad rubbish. Although it's still watching all of the
He's
Trump
still-
supporters.
He can
Sorry.
still do a lot of damage. He is technically still the president, so
Oh yeah, no, he can still do a
Oh
lot
yeah,
of damage.
yeah. He's still got like, what is it, 2 more months in office?
Don't get me
he
wrong.
still
I'm not
has
saying
the nuclear launch code. So
yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying that we
Yeah.
shouldn't take our eyes off the prick. I'm just saying it's a good thing that he's going.
Yeah, oh,
Yeah, but,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I just hope he doesn't say fuck it all and nuke everyone before the end. Like I will
Oh,
not
yeah.
put that past him at all.
What's funny at the moment is all of the pissed off Trump supporters the world over going, oh, it was a rigged election and voter fraud and all of this sort of BS. It's just
But
bloody.
only in the states that he lost.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course,
yeah.
of course.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
In the states that he thought that he won, it was a case of stop counting, and in the states that he hadn't won, it was keep counting.
It's
Uh,
classic Republican hypocrisy.
Oh, complete. Jason takes Omegle says Trump emboldened the silent majority. Yeah, I wouldn't
They weren't
say.
that silent to start with.
Yeah, I was going to say I
Yeah.
wouldn't say that they were very silent in the first place, mate.
Yeah.
Safa says I can't believe Fox News pulled his press security. You got to remember that Trump's love affair with Fox. It's like Fox is the unspoken about mistress in Trump's marriage with the media, because the main girl in his life is that fucking ridiculous news network called OAN over in America.
Yes.
And
Whoa.
yeah, no, he God, that the one of the main bloody anchors that they've got on this. His sign-off thing is, remember, even when I'm wrong, I'm right.
Well, my question would be, compared to previous years, how many people actually voted? Like this year, numbers of it, because you've got to remember it's
I'm
not
not sure.
it's not compulsory over there. So
I'm pretty sure there's been a record voter turnout, but I just don't know the numbers.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
they had more
Biden has gotten more votes than any other president in I don't know,
in
since
recent
the
history,
80s
yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. So, and that's
Yeah.
just voter turnout.
Yeah, absolutely. Suffer's saying it's the biggest election in 120 years. It could be. Rita
Yeah.
says that OAN may be Russian-backed. I wouldn't be surprised, is what I would say to that. I don't know if it's true or not, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like I'm not surprised when I learned Vladimir Putin is the world's most defended person.
It's
Security
boggles,
wise.
it boggles my fucking mind that there are people, like standard everyday people who lean left, politically speaking, into everyday life, that think that Vladimir Putin is like this absolute fucking god among men when it comes to Russia. And it's like, do you not understand how evil that prick really fucking is? Like, holy
I've
shit.
never met anyone who thinks that. I guess I'm lucky.
No, I've met several. I'm still in a state of disbelief. Where they're like, oh, rootin' tootin' Vladimir Putin. It's like, he is he's just a
PR.
piece of shit. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's really funny when someone said, "You're a traitor to Canada because you're friends with Trudeau." I'm like, I'm not even a Canadian citizen, so go figure.
Yeah.
Or they're like, "You're a US traitor." I'm like, I'm not even a US citizen either. Nice try.
There's a look.
Yeah, the amount of times I've been called un-American on Facebook,
Like, well,
only for me to say, "Hell yeah, I'm not even from America. I'm
Yeah.
Australian."
Why
you
does
cunt."
everyone think everyone's American? It's like, yeah.
Oh, well, got to bear in mind the
when
Flat
you're on
Earth
the
Society.
internet, no one knows you're not American.
Yeah. Bearing
No.
in mind, of course, that
That's
the
a-
Flat Earth
that's a
Society
take on
doesn't
that.
think Australia exists.
Yeah, there is that as
yeah.
well.
Yeah, the
No,
Australian deniers.
We're all paid actors, apparently. Where the fuck's my money is all I got to ask on that one.
Yeah, that is
Where's
Yeah,
the
where's my
show money?
million?
Damn it!
Statistically, it would be more likely that any given person would be Chinese or Indian because both their populations are like over 1 billion each out of like 6 to 8 billion people on Earth.
Well, the one thing that I learnt when I was in America, I stayed in America for the better part of a year. Like, I was like 3 weeks short of a year. And in that time, I got to see a lot of advertisements and cultural identities in America. And the one thing that became very clear is that America, when it's advertising something as the world, it means America.
Yeah.
Or white people.
So people over there who consume a lot of media, which is basically everybody, of course, they think of America as the world because that's what they've been conditioned into by just consuming massive amounts of media over there. So when they say to somebody like Abigail, "Oh, you're un-American," they honestly think that that's an insult because they don't think that Abigail is part of the world.
Whoa.
Suffer, was it for work or holiday? Suffer, it was neither. I won a traineeship to train in America under a grandmaster in Wing Chun for 9 months. So
Nice.
I was over there training in Wing Chun for 9 months, but because he was old and in America, of course, he was in fucking Florida, so I was in Miami.
Oh god.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Very, very, very bad thing if you don't like the heat and if you don't like bad smells.
What would be the Australian equivalent?
Sorry, what was that, Abigail?
I have only one reason why I would ever visit Florida, and that's to visit NASA.
Yes.
The Kennedy Space Center.
I absolutely went there when I was there, and it was fantastic. And what did you ask? Sorry,
Yeah,
Catherine?
I bet.
I can't remember. Yeah. Oh no, what was hotter, Australia or Florida? Like, what did you like?
Similar temperatures in terms of Celsius.
Mm.
You know, we had 42, 43, 44 degrees days in Miami there, but their humidity is absolutely nothing like you've ever seen here. Maybe
Oh.
Cairns would be the closest approximation, and I would say that it's probably worse than Cairns
Oh,
because
yeah.
it is completely surrounded by bloody swamp water. It is humid as fuck and stinks to high heaven
Oh,
at
yeah.
times. So
Oh.
yeah,
Oh, I'm just remembering. I went to Singapore 2018,
yeah,
and it was just everything like stunk like sweat.
yeah. It is a thing. It is a thing. Like when I first arrived in Miami, I'll never forget just the punch in the face that was the heat and the humidity. I was like, Jesus, you know. And go to the hotel. They did not have the AC in the room switched on my first night there. I didn't sleep a fucking wink because it takes forever for the AC to take full effect, even in a small room there. And of course, everybody in Miami that works, most of them, unfortunately, are Cuban immigrants. And the Cuban immigrants, they're able to handle that heat and humidity very, very well because they're very accustomed to it. So they would come into I was in a long stay hotel over there. They would come in and clean my room once a week, and they were in the horrible habit of constantly switching off my AC on their way out.
Oh no!
And it got to the point that I ended up putting about 4 layers of duct tape over the switch and the electrical plug for the air conditioner to stop them from being able to switch it off on their way out.
Even though.
Well, with the
turn this off.
would this be relevant to them then? I'm burning through the sky, yeah, 200 degrees. That's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit.
No, well, to be clear on that one, Abigail, I did ask them not to. In Florida, there is no such thing as service with a smile. It is literally service with a smile. They don't give a shit because I'm not saying that they're bad people. It's because they are treated absolutely abhorrently by all of the rich, entitled pricks that is Miami. Because in Miami, it's one of three. You've got rich, entitled, young, white assholes. You've got old, entitled, white assholes. And you've got Cuban immigrants. There is no in between.
And the holidayers that treat you like crap.
Yeah,
they can't handle the heat.
Yeah, no, me and stuff like me and the others, they like I would assume that they would look at us and just think that we were like the rest of Americans because we were white guys like them. So ask them politely. I even tried to ask them tried to learn how to say it in their dialect, and I couldn't really get the point across, and it just never happened. So it was the hotel owner that was like, "Oh yeah, no, we just stick sticky tape over the switch, and that lets them know." And I was like, "Okay then," and I grabbed the duct tape out of my bag and put 4 bloody layers over it because I can handle the heat without the humidity myself. Going for a swim in Florida was like going for a hot bath. It was absolutely crazy. The only thing that was worth doing in Florida to try and cool off was at nighttime. It had to be at nighttime. They had outside jacuzzis, little pools with jets in them. You would hop into that little pool and turn the jets on full blast. The movement of the water would help the heat dissipate out of the water during the nighttime, and it would eventually become cool-ish in comparison to the ambient temperature and you.
Speaking of Miami, Florida,
yeah.
2 of my favorites is Dexter, and my most favorite from Florida has got to be Burn Notice.
Burn Notice is absolutely fantastically fun. Loved most of the episodes of Burn Notice, I have to admit. Dexter, I watched all of Dexter because I felt obligated towards the end of it.
Me too.
I'm so a completionist to the point where I have stuff I haven't finished because I'm still trying to finish other stuff.
Yeah, there's a reason why most of my friends refuse to play computer games with me because I'm a completionist. We go into an area to get something done. They just want to get the main area done. And I'm like, no, but there's all of these side quests and these little things that we've got to find and this jump over here that we've got to make. And they're all like, oh, for the sake of fuck, you know. Mega Leech asked, did I end up getting an ice bucket and dumping it in the jacuzzi? We dumped buckets, and I mean literally buckets upon buckets of ice into the jacuzzi the first night that we were there. And it does very, very little. The only thing that makes it work is just time with those jets on full blast. That's the only thing that made any bloody difference.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's I can understand why old people go there to retire because it's nice and warm and it helps out with the arthritis. But I tell you, there was always that running gag that you know, living in Detroit was the worst punishment in America, and I'm like, no, I'd live in Detroit any day over Miami.
Yeah.
Oh goodness. How was the beer in Miami? I don't know, Suffer. I didn't drink while I was over there. Sorry,
Yeah,
no.
not a-
I had one Corona when I was over there. That was it.
Oh,
yeah.
Coronas are so cliche. I mean, then
Yeah.
as a beer, they're not as bad as other beers, but like it's still beer.
I'm not a fan
Yeah.
of beer in the first place, but there is something to be said on a stupid hot Hawaiian night. Getting an ice cold Corona with a slice of lime in it is really refreshing in its own right. But their Corona beer tastes different to our Corona or not. Suffer, I didn't drink enough to be able to tell you. I honestly, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, as far as beer goes, I tried VB and I did not like it.
Oh,
I don't think anybody likes VB. I think people drink VB for the same reason that they drink 4X and all of those other cheap beers that we've got in Australia. It's because of, you know,
it's
because you want to
totally
get drunk.
proven. Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah.
tried
Yeah.
Molson's and that was good.
Yeah, you might as well get drunk on something good. Like something angry makes.
A friend of mine liked to drink.
Mojito!
A friend of mine liked to
that
drink
sounds good.
honey bee, I think it was called, which was like a mead almost type of beer.
Ah,
I had a sip of that, and that was quite nice.
Yeah, I've got the song
And
stuck
what
in my
have you-
head.
So go ahead, Lee.
Got the song stuck in my head from Molson's ad. It's like, I let where I'm from define who I am. I am Canadian. I'm like, I'm not even Canadian.
So what abomination have you made this time, Angry? Is
Mojito.
that really difficult to make mojito that you were talking about?
Yes. You have to you start off with the mint leaves in your glass and put 2 spoons of sugar and then stir it for 2 minutes. I was getting a cramp in my hand by the end of it.
Why did you put a tree in it?
Abigail, get that smirk off your face. I know what you're thinking, and I'm thinking the same thing. I don't need your encouragement.
Why did
I
you
feel
put
called
a
out.
tree in
A tree?
it?
It is
Stop reading my
traditional.
mind.
It is traditional to do a garnish of a very generous amount of mint.
That is a very generous amount of mint.
It is. What are you going to do?
But
You've got a
the
bunch
most
of mint.
important thing, is it tasty, Angry?
Fuck yeah. So I almost never make mojitos. I'm just not that into them. But, you know, when I did it for this recipe, it's like, oh, that's why people drink mojitos. Because they're really good. 'Cause, I don't know. There's something about because it's just rum and sugar and lime and mint. And I don't know. I'm not like the biggest fan of mint. And I go, people are putting mint on. And then you make it. It's like, oh no, it's really good. It's really
Well, I've
good.
got to go.
All right, thanks for dropping
Oh,
by.
I appreciate
Bye.
and leave you. See you
Good to
guys.
see you, lady.
Bye.
See you
Bye.
I agree with you, Angry, because I don't like mint.
Mm.
But fresh mint in a drink, there's something about it that is
Yeah.
kind of tasty.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Like
Yeah.
it has no right to be this tasty.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I do most of the cooking in my house, as I've said before. Every now and again, I make up a lovely lamb roast, and my wife
Oh,
loves it
lovely.
when I make a homemade mint sauce because she likes to have a little bit of lamb with a mint sauce.
Yeah, right.
And that's the only time that there's mint in this house is just for that one specific thing. But the last time that I made one, I had a bit of mint left over, and I used it to infuse into one of my iced teas, and it was really quite good.
Mm.
Made a more sour version of an iced tea with mint in it, and the mint was a really lovely counteract to the sourness. It was quite lovely,
Oh, nice.
Oh,
but
lovely.
very time consuming. So,
I say, mixing bloody mint and sugar for 2 minutes is like you wouldn't want to be in a busy bar. Put it that way. It's like
yeah.
it's
yeah.
And I note the Cuban barman in the video that I saw that, inspired and got the recipe. I noticed he didn't complain. So I think he's, it's like weightlifting. You develop a particular set of muscles. And
Yeah.
I don't have them.
If
and I
only-
found
If only there was some sort of machine that would mix things for us.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
one of the things that drove me absolutely nuts was a girl that I knew years ago. She was a professional baker for many years. And every time that I wanted to make whipped cream, I'd pull out the beaters or I'd get out the electric stand mixer or whatever.
Yeah.
And she was like, I'll just use a whisk. And I'm like, no, Bucky, you might be able to do this 15 times a day and be fine with it, but I'm not. Like, your arm bloody drills after making whipped cream if you're not used to it. Abigail,
hand
get
whipping
that
cream is
smirk
pretty
off your
intense.
face again, young lady. I see that smirk.
Me.
Sorry, whipping the cream. We're all just whipping the cream here.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go. I made Abigail crack up. Yeah.
Okay.
You didn't see the gigantic smoke that went onto Abigail's face the moment that you talked about having a cramped hand before, Angry.
No, I did. I saw. I absolutely saw.
Oh. Yeah.
Cramping up from too much use.
Yeah.
Yeah, strangling idiots. That's the use.
Which reminds me of something, actually.
Strangling
no.
idiots reminds you of something that's frightening.
Yeah.
Uh,
I've got an
And he's going into the freezer. That's even more frightening.
Yeah, there's a head in the freezer.
there's a head in the freezer.
We still haven't seen the ninja hand going into the freezer tonight, Angry.
She hasn't been out tonight, actually. Yeah. She might be later.
Yeah.
Often comes out and, get something out of the fridge or freezer.
Hey,
Pepsi or an
Kirsten
ice cream or
is
something. Hey, Kirsten,
Kirsten is
Hellion,
in the
hello
chat.
from the wilds of
From-
Wollongong.
Yes, and
Wollongong.
hello.
Wollongong is
Wollongong.
about a 40-minute drive from my place, Kirsten, so you're getting closer and closer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went to a conference in Wollongong once, a queer student conference called Queer Collaborations, and it is visited by many students across Australia, and different universities host it every year.
Right.
And I just remember we were all staying in the one hotel, and it was just party, sex constantly. It was only a week. I had someone move into my hotel room. It was intense. We had a mini relationship for that 1 week. It was like there were ups and downs.
An intense week.
And yeah, I hooked up with this like skanky Wollongong girl, local, on the last night, and it was everything you think that sentence is. It was just...
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, she
Oh,
did some
good
things. She
times.
was very flexible. But yeah.
No, that is.
It's important to be. I thought you meant like she made a lot of concessions. You know, she let you choose where to have dinner. She was very flexible. No, that's not what you meant. Okay.
No, I was the biggest slut that I possibly. I was the biggest slut that I possibly could be when I was over in America. It was great. The Australian accent happened to be their kryptonite, and take advantage of that. I did.
Come on in.
I've always found that really weird because I've always found my own and everyone else's Australian accent to be a bit bloody nasal and what. But yeah, Americans really go for it.
Dude, no, ham it up. When you're over in America, like you ham it up, and they love you even more.
Yeah.
You go full blown bogan, and they love it even more.
Right.
It's
So,
a biological urge to diversify your DNA of the offspring by mating with a person from a different country.
that sounds legit to me, Catherine. That's
Hey,
not
from
just
a bio-
horny for foreigners; it's a genetic need.
from a
Yeah.
from a biological perspective, you've hit the nail right on the head there, my darling.
Yeah,
Holy
I've
cow.
never heard anyone say that, but now I think about it, that would make sense.
It's just science, Catherine. It's just science.
Exactly. Exactly.
Speaking about scientists, Kirsten's been in Wollongong for one day, found the distilleries, bought 7 bottles, and pre-ordered 2 single malts. It's like,
Why does that?
bam!
Why does that
doesn't
not surprise me
surprise
where Kirsten's concerned? That she's arrived at a place, the first place that she's found is the distilleries.
I bet you she looked it up beforehand.
Anybody would think it was a job or something, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
as well as her passion, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Well, they
I've
say
booked in the
If
week
you get a job
before
in doing
Christmas.
sorry, if you get a job doing what you love, then you never work a day in your life. That sounds like Catherine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not Catherine, sorry. Kirsten.
Yes.
Kirsten.
Yeah.
I've booked in the
I
weekend
got
before
a
Christmas.
sorry, I got a job doing something I love, and it was 100% a job.
Yeah, no, it is.
Like,
It really is.
unless I was doing something just for me, same work. It's it's a job still.
Yeah, no, it is a thing. So you were saying that you booked the week before Christmas?
Oh yeah, no, because I'm going out Bellarine Peninsula past Geelong, and there's a gin distillery there that I visited last time. Be doing some tastings in their fine establishment. There's also my favourite cider place, the Flying Brick Cider Company, is there, and so yeah, it's going to be a good time. Good food, good drinks, good location. Get out of town for a couple of days. Going to be great. I'd say Kirsten actually found it challenging. She feels it is job related, and it was a bit challenging today.
And Annette says that she thinks that your hair looks beautiful, Catherine.
Yeah, hey, do you want to hear the actual story now that I've actually been on for a while?
Oh yeah, now you're interesting.
If it cuts out again, it's conspiracy confirmed. Just so you know.
Yeah, no. So what happened is I've got cerebral palsy, so my balance is shit anyway. But
Yeah.
for the last about 3 months, my balance has been completely shit, and I've had head pain and neck pain and all that to the point where I can't work out. So I went to all these specialists. I went to physiotherapist, exercise physiologist. I had an MRI. I've had everything checked, and they're like, "We can't find anything. We think you're making it up."
Oh, fuck.
I kid you not. So I'm like, "You think I'm making it up?" And
Bless
I'm
you.
like, and so one of my physiotherapists, I think it was 2 weeks ago, said, "I think it's your hair, you should cut it off." Well, we're like down to like here, somewhere, and I'm like, I really don't want to get off, and then so I went back there to the physiotherapist yesterday, still hadn't get off, and then she was going to report me to the NDIS for being non-compliant with treatment.
Oh, what an arsehole.
I mean, I'm not an expert, but I'm struggling where a haircut fits into the whole thing.
Yeah.
Me too. But I'm like, to the point where I've been arguing with her about it for like a month or so. I'm like, what the hell? But in the end, I just got so stressed out, and I'm like, you know what? You know that point where you're in pain and you get desperate?
Mm-mm-mm.
I didn't know that, but yeah, so in the end, I'm like, all right, I'm going to get a cut. And so I go to hairdressers, they start cutting it, and I just burst into tears.
That's terrible.
Yeah, it is.
I literally burst into tears. And I'm like, and they're like, they gave me the thing for free because at that point they cut half my hair off. Like, not as in like halfway up. I mean, they started about here and then cut. And I was like, oh my God, I don't want to do this. But I got to the point where I was in so much pain and so much unsteadiness and all that I'm like, you know that point where you just do anything to make the pain go away?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's where I was at.
All too well, unfortunately.
Yeah, and so hence I cut off half my hair. And it was, I mean, you saw how long it was before.
Yeah.
It was half my hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
And it didn't help.
sucks. It absolutely sucks.
I
But
know.
hopefully, you know,
Yeah.
you gets a bit easier to do. And say, it does still look lovely. I completely understand. Completely understand how stressful it was.
Yeah, it's not that I don't like how it looks. It's I didn't want to do it, and I felt pressured into
And
doing it.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
sucks. That's really shit. That is
Yeah.
really
So now that you've done that, though, are they going to continue like trying to hunt for the cause of your issues right now?
I don't know because I haven't been back there since. But like, I just want to cry. I'm like, well, that didn't help. But
it's
I'm
pretty
like,
intense.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's. I completely understand why you did cry.
yeah, because
But
like,
look, I mean, the only thing that I can say, apart from the NDIS people, they're being basically cunts, is that you do look truly beautiful anyway, darling. For whatever that's worth. For whatever that's worth.
I know it looks fine. It's just like, it was just like, I probably hadn't cut it since at least before the lockdown started. At the least, if not last year. That's how long it's been. Like, and had not cut it in probably 12 months. And now I'm even feeling depressed. You're all looking sad. Why are you all looking sad?
Oh, I'm not. Well, I mean, I'm upset for you.
I'm upset for you too.
But I'm also replying to a text message at the same time.
I agree with Annette that it sounds like bullying. Like that sounds it sounds completely unreasonable, the pressure
Yeah.
you're put under. It's like
Yeah.
really shitty stuff. I'm just checking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now go away
All
and stop.
right, cool. Sorry, I wasn't reading the comments because I had you guys in full screen on my laptop.
Oh,
You're
okay.
right.
Cool.
You're right. No,
Yeah.
Angry and I are pretty good at going through the comments. Let's see. Safa says nobody should be treated like that.
Yeah.
It's a bit of ridiculous. It's a bit ridiculous of them
Yeah.
saying that you should have had to cut your hair.
Yeah.
No, we completely agree with that.
Yeah, and I had argued with them for about 2 months about that logic.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
too
I
much.
there is some level of sense to some of it. Now, I'm not saying that this is particular to your situation, but there are other people out there like that have got long hair, really thick and voluminous hair. When it's wet and when they tie it back and all of that sort of stuff, it can cause them issues in terms of their balance and getting headaches and stuff like that. That being said, anybody with that, they understand that it can have that effect on them, and they've got ways to mitigate that. So the idea that you needed to cut your hair is still ridiculous.
Yeah. And I understood that actually could have been a problem. And that's why I'm like, okay, maybe it is that. But you've got to remember that I've got cerebral palsy, so I've got other underlying factors anyway. And basically, they were saying, we have been looking into it for months and can't find anything. And therefore, maybe it is your hair?
Yeah. I don't know. Every person I know who has chronic pain, and particularly women who have chronic pain issues, have told me they're just repeatedly belittled by doctors, and it's not real. And then they end up with diagnosis of fibromyalgia, and sometimes something much worse. Like the number of times they've read stories of women whose health complaints were belittled, and they turn out to have a really aggressive cancer or something. And it's just like, it's just medical authorities. I don't want to sound like an anti-vaxxer, but they can be complete shitheads.
I totally agree. I totally agree.
Anyways, lovely people, I have actually got quite a bit of work to get done. I've got a bunch of laptops sitting out in my garage that I need to finish off and get shipped out before Sunday. So I shouldn't be sitting here and procrastinating with you lovely folks. Live long and prosper, Abigail. So it was lovely to see you. Thanks for all of the comments, people. And I will catch up with you guys another time.
Bye, Grass.
Geez, I don't like that framing. That's better.
That's good.
AFK for a sec. I'll be right back.
That's okay.
AFK, bye.
Old school AFK. And it's saying, doctor, tell you stress. I did work with a woman once saying like, if you want really good party drugs, it helps if you're a woman over 30 and you go to a doctor and talk about being stressed and overworked and can't sleep at night, and he'll prescribe you the most full-on drugs in history because they have very little interest in addressing root cause issues with women, and they just prescribe you drugs. I
don't want drugs. I mean, they'll just make me so la that because with my disability, I have cognitive function issues anyway, and the pain is making that worse.
Yes, it really does. Yeah.
And then being on drugs will make that even worse.
Yeah.
So that's why I've been avoiding drugs at all costs.
That's a pretty good approach. Oh, Annette, the link. Annette wants to join us. I shall repost Annette.
Yep.
Because we want Nettie with us. All right.
Nelly.
I agree, Safa. That line video view, the 3 strips of us, there was something just very wrong with that. I like this one much better.
Yeah, that one is better. Yep.
Annette can join us, and then we will be 4.
Nettie.
When
It's Nettie.
yes. Oh, so I did know Kirsten did say one of her favourite distilleries are opening the cellar door in Geelong. So you do definitely have to give me the deets, Kirsten, because I'll be going through Geelong.
In Geelong, you're right here.
Nettie.
Nettie.
Hey.
Hey.
How you doing?
I got my hair cut too.
Okay.
No, kind of same. We kind of look the same.
Yeah.
Go angry. In Geelong in your radius.
We now have free travel in Victoria.
Oh, yay!
Yeah, 14 days of double donuts. Hell yeah. And yeah, apparently by the start of December, we'll have free travel throughout Australia. So, but yeah, a week ago, we got free travel across all of Victoria, which is nice. So booked for a weekend away with Mrs. Angry just after that got confirmed.
Cool.
Hi, Abigail.
Hey.
Yeah. And so there's a place, there's a winery out past Geelong that they about 2 years ago they built these things they call eco villas. They're really nice. We stayed there about a year ago. I think it was it was Melbourne Cup weekend last year. Kitty saying hello. Oh, look at that.
Oh,
yeah. You're on my phone, dickhead.
Is that
Come
what
on.
they're doing? Oh,
He's
dear.
on my phone. Ah, see that?
Ow.
You little bugger.
feisty
He
one.
was on my phone.
Okay.
Just rented that.
Yeah. But yeah, there's
Such
this
a little bugger.
winery that built these, they call them eco villas. So it's like a big there's a bathroom and a big huge single room. So you got a big bed and a dining bit and a balcony, and you're overlooking the winery. They have I don't drink wine, but they have a cellar door thing. You can go and drink their wines, and they do pretty good food. But it's in the middle of a bunch of stuff I like. So got to go away for about 3 nights. And
That sounds lovely.
no, it's really nice. It will be the first time we've done it since Melbourne Cup weekend last year. It'll be the first time we've had any time to ourselves since Melbourne Cup weekend last year. So, and because who knew what the fuck was going to happen? I often go away somewhere. So it's like early autumn. It's usually still pretty good weather. We go, yeah, maybe we'll be able to do it. And then everything goes. It's like, nope, we can't go anywhere. Thank you, Abigail. That is a very appropriate sound.
Thanks, Abigail.
Safa wants to know what happened. Mimsy was about earlier, but God knows where she is now. Oh, she's probably realised I'm not in bed, so has claimed my part of the bed. And because we were joking about Grasshopper sleeping on the lounge. I probably am going to sleep on the lounge because if I have a couple more drinks, that makes me snore really heavily. And that's like kind of really fucking rude to go to bed at 2 a.m. and then just snore and wake my darling partner up. So I actually probably will sleep on the lounge tonight because I'll be snoring. So
You're a very considerate husband.
I'm really tired. I'm going to hit the sack.
all right, look after yourself, Catherine.
Thanks for having me, even with all the technical difficulty.
Oh, but we got past it, which I like. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'll see you next time. Bye, guys.
All right, bye, Catherine. Bye.
Bye. Good night.
Oh, I'm just finishing off my Bar Americano bottled old fashioned.
Your favorite.
And oh my God, it's so good. I don't know how they do it. Well, I mean, the guy who runs the place has been, running bars for 20 years or something. So he's probably learned a couple things in that time. So, but yeah, it's just the subtlety of it. Like, I don't know, there's probably a blend of whiskeys in it, and they make their own bitters, and it's just it's got so many different sort of flavors in it. It's got the obvious whiskey flavors, but it's got, oh God, what herbs did they put in the bitters they made? It's just got there's just you can just take all these little herbal notes in it, and they've got the balance between the whiskey and the bitters down so well. I should do publicity for them.
With my Singapore sling, I'm putting in the Don Benedictine.
Yes.
It makes such a big contribution to the taste, even though it's only like a quarter of a shot.
Yeah.
It's just so good. I'm so glad I waited until I had the right liqueur.
Yeah, Benedictine is pretty good. Oh, you made a big one. Nice. Nice. This thing I'm making here. This is actually not alcoholic. This is a sugar syrup or a sweet and sour mix that I found on one of the cocktail websites on liquor.com. But it's a real process. You start off. It's an oleosaccharum, which is citrus peel. I peeled some lemons and limes, and then you cover them in sugar. Basically, you weigh the peels and then put twice that weight in sugar on them. And if you leave it for like 12 plus hours, the sugar just draws all the oils out of the citrus peel and it turns it into syrup. And then for basic citrus oleosaccharum, you add a bit of water, like 50% water, to dissolve it. And then you've got a really nice citrusy zing sugar syrup to add to your drinks instead of a plain sugar syrup. But this recipe, which I found on the site, it said, okay, instead of water, then you put fruit juices in. You put grapefruit and lemon and orange juice in it, and you use that to dissolve the sugar, and then you milk clarify it, which is what this is. When it was really yummy when it was just the fruit juices mixed in with the oleosaccharum, and it was a very bright orange color, and you can see the milk clarification's done its usual thing and turned it into a urine sample. So at least this person's
it's
really
a healthy one this time.
This person's well hydrated. This is sometimes it's an almost amber, and it's like, oh, that person needs to see a urologist. That's not good. I can't help, like, you mix a drink and it's some shade of yellow and you go, yeah, this doesn't look like a urine sample. No.
If you ever make a cocktail in honor of Donald Trump, make sure it's urine colored.
Yeah, definitely. I've got some peach. Everyone's making impeachment drinks for Trump, and of course they all had peach liqueur. So I've got some peach liqueur now. So I get a peach and put something in it that makes it yellow, because we all know about the P tape in Russia. And what I'd love now is, now that he's out and he's going to, that someone in Russia just goes, oh yeah, the P tape was real. Here it is. Just like, it was a laugh. We were keeping it in check, but it's all over now. So just for a laugh, here's the P tape. He paid, and like a lot of people, it got mixed up. Like people saying like, Trump paid some sex workers to pee on him, and people said, "Oh, you wouldn't do that. He's a real germphobe." Well, for a start, unless you've got some sort of infection, pee's quite neutral. But the actual real story was he paid some sex workers. He paid some sex workers to pee on the bed that the Obamas slept in when they were in Russia on an official visit, because he somehow, in his twisted fucking mind, thought that was revenge on Obama, that some sex workers were peeing on a bed that he had slept on years previously, because Trump's fucking gone. Yeah, and Abigail, you're going to correct this myth about pee being clean?
So I have it on very good authority from several nurse friends of mine that absolutely nothing that comes out of the human body is sterile or neutral or anything, including urine. Yeah.
Have you seen those?
Anything.
That's just what the P positive people want you to think.
Have you seen those Facebook groups of the pee therapy people? They're fucking nuts. Like, it's fair enough. They started off drinking their own pee, and that's bad enough. But there are these ones that picture someone with like hideous infections in their eyes because
they put it in their eyes.
they think in a cup and then put the cup over their eye, and
on purpose,
and so they get a hideous infection. And it's like, and someone says that's just the toxins leaving your body. And it's like, fuck no.
That's just,
what is wrong with you people?
That's just, yeah.
No, I've got a friend on Facebook who he runs a skeptics page, and he just got deleted by Zuckerberg. He called it being zucked.
Being zucked, yeah.
And it seems it was probably Pete Evans' wife who did it.
Oh, Jesus. Speaking of lunatics, Jesus.
She's the one who got him onto the paleo thing.
Ugh. I mean, does anyone else find, speaking of lunatics and stupid dietary ideas, does anyone else find some mirth in the idea that Jordan Peterson is basically killing himself with his own terrible advice? He and his daughter pushed that absolute lie that you can subsist on a diet that's nothing but meat and salt. And just that is obviously a recipe for serious health problems. And then he ended up addicted to antidepressants. And sorry, I'm going to sneeze. And then his daughter was dragging him around nightclubs in Russia with her weird pickup artist boyfriend, and he contracted COVID, and he already wasn't very healthy. And he hasn't made any public appearances, so he's possibly suffered permanent debilitating health damage from his own ridiculous bullshit. And it's just like, okay, I don't really wish that on anyone, but, you know, he sucks.
When being an asshole actually does hurt you.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, nobody's just wandered in and go, wow, my timing for entering was fucking tops. Yeah, we were just talking about sex workers and pee, and that's
Hi, nobody.
Okay. All I can say is pay your sex workers, negotiate what's happening, and if it's all consensual, you're all hunky-dory. So that's subscribe to my OnlyFans. Yeah, I think most people saw it and liked it. When my Facebook memories showed this ridiculous picture I posted about 8 years ago when I was off on a dirty weekend and I'm in a jacuzzi and I'm just sitting in a jacuzzi bubble bath with a glass of cider, and I couldn't resist. With the current mood, I just reposted it with subscribe to my OnlyFans, and it's just like,
Was that you in the picture?
yeah, that was me 8 years ago. I know, right?
What? Hang on.
It is, but I'd also recently dyed my hair and beard in that picture, so I'm not. You must have gotten used to me with longer, grayer hair and beard, and possibly being 20 kilos lighter as well. But you know, that's the other
I have
thing.
to say, I like your hair. Since I had my hair done this week, I'm noticing people's hair a bit more. And I really do like the grey beard because it's a good sort of uniform colour mostly.
Yeah.
And it's not spotty grey.
I'm not rushing to colour it. I considered it and I'm just like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe COVID was telling me something that now's the time to just go au natural. And who knows?
And I like how the silver in your hair is quite shiny, and so you know it looks healthy and shiny and suave, and it goes well with the more formal gear.
Doesn't it? But I also that's also why I used to enjoy like using a hair dye that had a purple or red tinge, because the grey would really pick that up.
Yes.
It's what I jokingly referred to as natural highlights, but this is a bit of the thing.
My hair started turning grey. I found my first grey hair when I was 19.
Really? For me, it was probably mid-20s.
Right there.
Yeah. Well, I've got a thing. See, I was quite self-conscious on video because, well, I mean, predictably, the hair in the middle is it is actually a bit thinner than ever else, but it also went grey first. And so it's like darker and then there's a grey bit. And on low-res video, it looked like this super bald spot. And I was actually quite self-conscious about it. But with more grey, it's not really an issue. But yeah, Mega Leech feels called out about multicolored beards. No, dude, salt and pepper is where it's at, man. Get that.
It's just that Angry's beard has that, has something nice that's going on. Other people have other beards. They have other things going on, and I appreciate the the mostly one color happening. Yeah, mostly.
Yeah, no, I like it. Like I've considered a couple times dyeing it, and I was like, maybe it's just time. Maybe it's just time to go the all natural. But I might in a month. I might change my mind. If I'm gonna, because it's really funny. Just looking at my hair from 6 months ago, it was like really short. It's like, the like number 3 on the sides and really, short cropped on the top. And that was so recent. And then I was like, no, maybe I'll leave it like this. I don't know. Mrs. Angry's like, oh, whatever you want. Yeah, no, that looks good. Your other hair looks good. You do the hair that you like because, it's like good.
2 years ago, I let my hair go kind of natural and as much as I could. I've been dyeing my hair since I was 14. And, my partner at the time really wanted me because the fringe was white, like Targaryen white.
Yeah, that happens. Yeah.
Yeah. And when I went to go and get my hair done today by my hairdresser, not today, this week, she pointed out that, oh, wow, the white's really come round to the back now. And we're like, I can be Targaryen naturally? Excellent. Where's my dragon?
Yeah. It's funny because often like hairdressers are going like they want to be really careful to not say anything that might upset you. But like, because I've been dyeing my hair since my 20s. It's always been dark, but I'd dye it like a blue-black color, and then it would grow out. And this one time was probably about 10 years ago when I had a reasonable amount of grey, but mostly my hair was still its dyed color. It was dark, and I was going in to get it cut, and I was number 3 on the sides, and she goes, which of course takes off all the colored hair, and you see it's quite grey. And she goes, "Oh, are you blonde, really?" And I went, "No, grey." And you see her mortified for a second, like, "Oh no, I drew attention to the fact you're grey. Oh no, you hate me now." I'm like, "It's fine. It's fine."
It's a mortal sin for hairdressers.
Yeah, they don't want to say anything bad.
My hairdresser, she liked how I used to do it because I would dye this much. My next thing after going completely natural was to dye from about here back with a dark color, dark brown, and then the white stuff at the front, I just put a pink or purple rinse through it every couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And and it really looked like it was done by a hairdresser, and it made me look younger, even though like natural.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Yeah. Yeah. I have to admit, like my mum, bless her, was easily fooled. And I remember her saying when I was about 40, that's like, "Oh, you're the only one whose hair stayed dark." And I was like, this is dyed, right? She was embarrassed because she thought it was my at 40. She thought at 40 I had jet black hair, and I went, "No, this is not real. This is not real." Yeah. Oh, Tradie Trev reckons blokes can just shave it off. And I admit that's the one thing Mrs. Angry has balked at when occasionally in jest I've said something about shaving my head. She's gone, yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe don't do
just
that.
once, just to see what it's like.
No, I've got a stupid misshapen head, okay? I know that for a fact. I have a stupid, weird, lumpy head, and the world doesn't need to see it.
I remember when we got infested with lice, you know, little kids at preschool, not preschool, at primary school.
Yeah.
And the lice would not go the fuck away. And my ex, you know, the kid's dad, he lost it he just said, no, I can't stand it anymore. That's shaved the whole
Shaved his head. You occasionally have to really go to town with the lice shampoo and the fine comb and just have the patience to really comb it out. We had that a couple of times.
Yeah.
Now my scalp's... Sorry.
Well, you see, my older one brought it home from school, and Shaylee was just a baby at this stage because there's 5 years between them. And Shaylee was just, a toddler. She was a toddler. She basically had lice for 2 years because her hair was very, very tangly.
Yeah.
It was like if she sat with the sun behind her, she looked like a dandelion, like this.
Oh, I love that. That's fantastic. That is fantastic.
It was really hard to get a lice comb through it.
Yeah.
And get the nits out. And, you know, and she'd cry and everything. And also, you know, she's autistic, which we didn't know at the time, but she was very sensitive about it.
It was very stressful for her, yeah.
Oh, God. It went on for 2 years. 2 years before we found before we found something that was suitable.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then it was like, never touch my hair again. So I never touched her hair again.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I know Megaleech saying he shaved his head once and his wife made him wear a beanie until it grew out. He went to bed. Harsh. Although I have to admit, because this is me with my hair brushed, you know, as you all know, you don't look like this waking up. And this is the longest my hair's been in decades. And on the occasional morning when I wake up and hair's like, Mrs. Angry, we'll have a bit of a laugh and go, you're positively shaggy now, aren't you? That's just
bedhead hair.
Yeah, no, my hair's long enough to have bedhead now. I wake up and it's like, yeah.
Yeah, Ali's got the same weird scraggly hair, and she sometimes wakes up with bits of it out here and over there.
I love nobody with his long, luxurious hair has no idea what shape his head is because it's been years since anyone's seen it. But no, I know, like the back. I've got weird bumps on my head, and I did get hit on the head with a discus when I was a kid, and I'm pretty sure there's a divot in the back of my head from that. But you guys are acting like you don't know that. Have I not told that story 100 times? Okay. Story time. Okay. So, school, probably about year 10. We're doing tryouts for the school athletics carnival, okay? And I am not athletic, but there are a couple people less athletic than me, so I made a point to hassle the shit out of them because they're even less athletic than me. And so there was a park just across the road from the school, and that's where and so everyone's like doing discus throws, okay? And the class went, like just a really skinny, weedy guy. Grant, he was a lovely guy. He's one of my friends, and he does this, and it goes about a meter at a 45-degree angle. And I was just like, excellent stuff, Grant. Excellent. And I picked up a stick and I'm just going to mark that because that might be a record. We want to keep a note of that one. And I've got my back to everyone. And this is like karma because I'm being a complete asshole. And I'm just going, just marking it, Grant, and I'm bent over and I'm putting a stick in the ground. And I really distinctly remember hearing the PE teacher shout, "Don't throw that," and then a couple of the lads going, look out. And I just was about to get up and go, what are you all talking about? And this discus hit me in the fucking head. And the guy who threw it couldn't have hit me if he was fucking aiming. But just a million to one shot, he got me. And really lucky for me, it probably, rather than hitting me, it probably just skipped off the tip of my head.
Lucky.
But it felt, I swear to God, it felt like someone had stood directly above me with a shovel and gone, bam! And like, I didn't even put my arms out to stop myself. I just smashed my face into the ground. And I knew something was wrong, but I didn't know what. And I was clutching my head, and my head was like throbbing, and I was yelling. Like, I wasn't screaming or crying in pain, but I just thought, something's wrong. I should be doing something. I'll yell. And so I'm just going, ah. And then everyone ran up to me because they thought I was fucking dead, basically. And
even with the noise.
And because I had my hands clutched over my head, and a couple of guys had grabbed my arm, and they were trying to move my hands to see the damage. And apparently it was really quite difficult to pry my hands apart because I was really just, I was in shock, obviously. I was clutched there. And they pulled my hands apart, and I looked, and because it was a scalp wound, so there was fucking blood everywhere, bright red blood everywhere. And they were like, holy shit. But I hadn't lost consciousness, and I was kind of coherent, but I couldn't get up because I'd just been hit in the head really hard. And these guys said, okay, we're going to take you back over to the school, which was just across the road. And so two of the bigger lads, I got, I'm over their shoulders like this, and my hands were dangling down, and they were bright fucking red, like I dipped them in tins of red paint. It was just, they were just covered in blood. And they're carrying me back, and I'm just rambling, and I went, is that blood? Is that blood on my hands? Is that my blood? And they're just laughing like,
brain damage.
Yeah, that's what they're basically going, he's brain damaged, he's fucked. And they took me into the library, which was the first aid station. And because I never lost consciousness, and I kept talking. And so no one called an ambulance. No one called an ambulance, and they were like rinsing my head under a tap, and of course the bleeding wouldn't stop because I had this fucking gash in my head. And they called my mum, and my mum came there, and my mum got there, and I was just kind of sitting there holding a bandage on my head, and she's going, yeah, Kurt. I'm like, yeah, I think so. And it was just like, and they were like, well, blah blah blah, but he never lost consciousness, and blah 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 blah. And so my mum drives me up to, this was in the morning, my mum drives me up to the hospital. We walk into outpatients, and I'm holding a thing on my head and go, he got hit in the head. And because I'm standing there talking to them, and they go, did he lose consciousness? And I went, no. Okay, sit over there. And so I sat in outpatients for several hours, just holding a thing on my head. And then after several hours, a nurse came by who was a friend of one of my sisters and said, what are you doing here? And Mum said, Andrew got hit in the head with a discus. And she's like, holy shit, like, what did the doctor say? And he said, we haven't seen a doctor yet. And go, when did you get here? It's like 4 hours ago. And she went, oh my God. And she ran the word malpractice quite prominently. And because a doctor came running out straight away. And they took me into the room, and they're asking me what happened. And I'm telling them, like, a 2.5 kilogram discus hit me in the head. And they're like, oh, shit. And but because I'm coherent at this point, and I can walk and all this stuff. And they did x-rays on my head. And I saw the x-rays, and I fucking look like a Neanderthal. I'm just, people laugh at my big head, but I've seen x-rays of it. And it's not a normal Homo sapien head. It's got real fucking Neanderthal qualities, my fucking skull. I'm telling you. But on this day, it protected me because once they realized what had happened, they were like, oh my God, he's got a skull fracture for sure. And they did all these x-rays on me. And then I went back, and the doctor's looking at them thinking, he's going, I really can't believe that you don't have a skull fracture, but you don't. And it's just like, and they put a couple stitches in, and that was it. And it was like, I'm fine. Sorry. Just like, but it was my excuse for everything.
Hands.
Yeah. But it was no. The hand.
There
It
you
wasn't
go.
blood spatters. It was as if I had dipped my hand in tins of red paint. It was just this uniform red across my hands, and I was like, "That's fucked. That's not good." Is that? And the guys were just laughing because I'm looking at my hands, going, "That can't be good. If that's all mine, that's not good." And they were laughing like, "Who do you think it is? Who else is bleeding out there?" And they just thought it was the funniest thing, carrying me back to school with me rambling, because definitely a mild concussion. Like, I'd been hit in the head really fucking hard. I couldn't walk. They had to carry me. I could not walk. And but after
That's a bad sign.
about half an hour or so, I could walk. But no one. Why did no one call an ambulance? Nobody called an
Should have,
ambulance.
because it was Dubbo.
It was fucking Dubbo. It was fucking Dubbo.
Oh
God.
that's
Jesus.
that's a serious, like, that's seriously country Australia, isn't it?
Oh, they're just like,
I had a
it's like-
boyfriend from
Yeah.
I had a boyfriend from Cairns
Yeah.
who had a massive bike riding accident. He went down this like crazy ass fucking hill, lost his shit, went straight into a tree, smacked himself out. He was unconscious.
Oof.
Somehow he got back to his parents' house, and his mum's like, "Oh, okay, well, I suppose he needs to sleep it off or something."
Oh, Jesus.
The thing you don't do with concussion. Okay, cool.
Anyway, so off to bed he went, and then when he woke up throwing up.
Yeah.
So it's a bit more serious.
Yeah.
And so someone called an ambulance. It wasn't his mum.
Oh,
And when the
Jesus.
ambulance turned up, they tore strips off her.
Yeah.
You should have fucking called us hours ago.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
and
we can see. No one ever called an ambulance for me, but this thing. Oh, sorry. I just noticed Tradie Trev had a good one. He once split a kid's head open, skimming rocks on a creek bed. He felt bad, so he used his homework papers to hold the blood in as he took him to his parents' place. Oh, that's taking responsibility, mate. That's taking have I got a scar? Yeah. And it's, dude, Tradie.
what happened to your
scar-
homework?
The
Well,
scar is right on the crown. Like, in other
yeah.
words, and because hair doesn't grow on scar tissue. So, in other words, the first bit where guys go bald, I've got a scar. So, yeah, there is a little bit of this bareness of hair right here on the crown for me. So, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
I've got lumps on my head from mosh pits.
Yeah.
I've got one here, like, dum,
Yeah.
dum, dum.
That sounds
That one's
real.
from suicidal tendencies.
Young Mazangri, the ninja who often goes to the fridge during the live streams, when she was about 10 or 12, she's in holiday program in the school holidays, and an incident happened which must be the worst nightmare of the people who run the holiday program. They were at the museum in Carlton, and in the break, all the kids were just running around in the park. They're having and so my lass and another lad are running sort of in opposite directions. I think it was they weren't playing the same game. It was unrelated. They were running, and they just ran into each other, and they clashed foreheads at full speed. And they both opened a massive gash on their brow, and so apparently they were just both pissing blood. There was just blood everywhere.
Yes.
And
Head wounds, just like a stuck pig, aren't they? There's a psh.
And these girls who are running the holiday program are having to cope with two screaming kids who are just pissing blood out of their heads. And so, they did get ambulances and off to hospital. And I got the call. She was in hospital. So by the time I got there, they'd already sort of patched her. And yeah, she's got one of those classic, a scar through her eyebrow, which is a bit of a cool, really. But she was okay by the time I got there. And in fact, I think the lads suffered a bit worse. But it was really hilarious because they had these reflective ones because they were running past each other with smashed heads, and the on opposite sides of their head, but they're both just this massive scar running right through their eyebrow. Jesus.
Did it make them friends for life?
No.
Nowadays, schools call an ambulance at the drop of a hat. Pretty much.
As they should, yeah. They don't want to take
They should. My kids' school, the primary school, got these big foamy things wrapped around every pole now.
I still have vague memories of when I was in primary school in the deep dark 70s, and they were getting rid of them when I was there, but there were these fucking monkey bars that it was just this big metal. It was so fucking unsafe, and kids were there were a couple broken arms every fucking year, just from primary school kids climbing on these fucking monkey bars and falling. And because if you climbed up to the high bit, you were like 3 meters off the ground, and you'd hit metal on the way down. If you fell, you would hit metal on the way down. And they were just retiring them, but they were still around when I was in primary. I've seen pictures occasionally of like, I think it was like a British school kids playground in the 50s or 60s, and it's a death trap. You look at it and go, this is fucking insane. And it's like a joke thing, like, yes, in my day it was survival of the fittest. And you look at it and go, yep. There were kids going with split skulls and broken arms every second week in that school. That is fucked up. And you go, oh, kids today are too soft. And you go, no, that's actually fucked. That's like a fucking training camp you've got there.
It's amazing any of us survive sometimes.
Oh, my God. But, like, people bemoan firecrackers being illegal here. But every year there was some kid would blow their fingers off.
They would. Yeah, or it'd blow up in their face, the hair would go, someone would lose an eye, something like that.
Some kids were as the whole thing, crack open all the fireworks and get the gunpowder out of all of them. And they were making a pipe bomb. They had a copper pipe with a thread on each end, and it was screwed in one end, and they poured a fuck ton of gunpowder in there. Because, copper will explode when you detonate it. And they were going to put a fuse in, and they were screwing the cap on the other end that had thread. But some gunpowder residue was in the thread on the top. And so when they screwed the cap on, it sparked. The friction made the gunpowder spark, which ignited the gunpowder, which was in the copper tube, and just blew up in their hands. And there were 2 of them, and the one who was holding it lost fingers off both hands, and the other guy just like had shrapnel in his face. It's like a 15-year-old with these gnarly scars across his face because bits of copper shredded up his face when it exploded. And he was lucky he wasn't blind because it went right up his cheek and missed his eye by about this much. And it was just like, yep, fireworks are illegal now because kids do shit like that.
They do. They can't help it. Do you remember throwdowns?
Throwdowns were hilarious. I loved them.
You used to get chased by boys with throwdowns all the time when I was a kid.
They're basically these little paper things. It was like a little paper pocket that had stones in it, and there was a tiny bit of gunpowder in it. And when you threw them down, the weight of the stones would detonate the gunpowder, and so they'd go bang quite loudly. But they're quite harmless. Well, there's little stones in them, I guess. But they were quite harmless. But they would make a really loud bang. What we used to do as kids, which we thought was hilarious, was going into a supermarket and being in one aisle with throwdowns and a rubber band stretched between your fingers, and go and let it go, and it would fire across like 6 aisles and land on the opposite side of the supermarket, and bang, and you were like totally innocent because you were 6 aisles away. It wasn't you, and it would just go bang next to some like middle-aged mother doing her shopping who'd scream, and you just
fucking throwdowns. Yeah.
Oh, we were fucking evil.
I just remember like around about third grade or something, walk down to the train station near my school to go and catch the bus home.
Yes.
And the boys would get off the train and come down with loads of fucking throwdowns and chase the private school girls down the street with the fucking throwdowns. And they're little, tiny little pebbles. And
they're just tiny things. Yeah, tiny things.
Yeah, they sting when they get you on your legs.
Oh, yeah, if you actually got hit with one, they sting a bit, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Dingle Doty in Scotland saying there is motions to restrict fireworks in Scotland every year in November. Remember, the 5th of November. Wankers set them off at 4 a.m. for a solid week. Tradie Trev, that is true. Throwdowns are tiny beers as well. Little twist tops, little 350ml beers were called throwdowns because they were like a single gulp. They were a single gulp, basically. It's like, and the beer's gone. Yes. In Dubbo, they were throwdowns, yes. Because you could throw them down in about 2 seconds.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, Dingle Doody though. Like there are wankers around here who actually go on the move on New Year's Eve, and they set off their fireworks, and then they get in the car and they fuck off because they know that the police are going to find come and arrest them or try. And they just like set off fireworks all the way around the neighborhood every single year, every time.
Oh, I get it here. I can hear them around here even all the time.
Holy shit, there's someone knocking at my window.
Okay, that's a bit weird.
Mom, hang on.
Oh dear.
Got a bit worried.
Yeah, that sounded a bit suspicious. Oh, I've got to get a rosemary sprig. Sorry, I'm going to make another cocktail, and I need some rosemary, and there's some fresh rosemary in the garden. But I just like Ness is being dragged into some drama.
I was just letting you know that.
Right, I'm going to slow the noise down till she gets back. It sounds like some drama being sorted out there. Oh dear. So nobody talking about crazy. Oh, Nettie's back. Nobody talking about crazy shit. His aunties and uncle used to get about shooting each other with homemade stone guns. One story I heard involved digging a stone out of a chest with a rusty nail. Okay, that's family dramas right there.
With a rusty nail. How to get an abscess.
I know, right? Look, one of my older brothers and his wife had a very tempestuous marriage, and he had a couple old 22 caliber rifles, Lithgow small arms things, and they lived in a really quiet subdivision in Dubbo, in West Dubbo, and apparently after one fight, big screaming match, blah blah blah, and he's like, "Oh, I'm going out!" And he slams the door, storms out of the house, gets in his car, revs it, and spins away. And they're in a cul-de-sac, like a really quiet cul-de-sac. And then before he'd managed to get off, she came out with a 22 and fired off about 6 shots at the tires on his car. I was like, you fucking lunatics! Like they lived in literally the quietest part of town. And they were that. I mean, like in the part where I lived, I actually lived in the really shitty part, North Dubbo, the shitty part of Dubbo.
Okay, good to know. Yep.
You could have shot out someone's tires in North Dubbo without raising much of an eyebrow, but they were in this relatively new housing development in West Dubbo at the time, and she fucking shot the tires out on his car when he was going. And I was like, why aren't you in jail? How did you get away with that? But fuck.
Dubbo.
Dubbo, man, Dubbo. Oh, look, here's the other thing. What that same brother, when he were a lad, when he were a teenager, he got in trouble with some of his friends, like boosting a car and joyriding and getting busted by the cops. But my dad was in with the cops. Like, he was a boxer and he worked at the Police Boys Club. So he was in with all the cops. So they just brought him I was either before I was born or I was very small. And, you know, I get told this story. They bring my older brother around and it's like, oh, you know, he's a bit of a rough. We'll let you sort him out. And my dad did this big, no, teach him a lesson. We're going to, you know, send him to the like reform school. There was like some fucking kid prison out west, right? And to teach him a lesson, gonna send him there to learn him. And so after he's been there a week, apparently my mum and dad go to visit him and say, you know, like, oh, you learn anything here? What's it like here? And he goes, no, it's okay. And because it's like a dormitory style room. There were like 6 of them in a room. And it's like, what are the other blokes like? And he's like, he killed his father. He killed his mother. He killed his mother and his father. It's just like, maybe we shouldn't have put you in here for joyriding with your mates. And so then my dad just went and had a word with the judge and said, I might have made a tactical error. I'm worried that's not going to scare him straight. I'm worried that he's actually in a bad
He's going to come home and kill us.
Yeah, he's going to come
Like
home and
the other
kill us. But fucking country life, man. Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, it's wild.
Have you ever been to a BNS?
No, I mean that BNS has happened all around me growing up, but it was not because I didn't drink alcohol at all, and I didn't like the type of people who went to BNSs. For those who don't know, that's a bachelors and spinsters ball, and that's a festival of alcohol abuse and forced sex, and it's not
Mud. There's a fair bit of mud, isn't there?
bit of circle work in the utes and no, it's all kinds of not good. BNS is, and all these people who defend it, BNS is a tradition. Yeah, dude, that's the same tradition started by people who murdered the indigenous inhabitants of this district. That's a tradition too. I'm not sure we should be proud of that, but no.
I didn't hear of them. I didn't hear of them until Bob Geldof came and did a doco on it. And,
Yes.
And my friends got invited to a few of the country parties, like the private the boys' private schools would hold country parties, not BNSs, but they sounded a hell of a lot similar.
Yeah. And Bob Geldof, if I remember rightly, liked BNSs. He thought they were refreshingly unpretentious. And I was like, yeah, Bob, what about all the fatal substance abuse and rape? I mean, is that boys being boys, Bob? What the And of course, no one let him see that. Just the violence and the rape that happens at every fucking BNS. It's the classic environment of when something goes very bad. People say, oh, you shouldn't have gone. You would have known what it's like. And it's like, that is like the shittiest argument for someone who's sexually assaulted. Well, you should have known they were all rapists. And it's like, oh, okay. Hey, look, I've been making more of my clear ice, and it's come out of its thing. See?
Oh,
So
it's pretty.
I just got to cut off the end bit that's got the impurities. But yeah, it's another bit of, because I used up a bit of my clear ice tonight. So I've just had that sitting up. So I've got to get a knife and chop the end off and then put it in the freezer. All right, I'm getting organized. Organized. Ugh.
The end of my Singapore slings.
Another Singapore sling?
I think I'll have to make another.
Make another
Double.
Singapore sling?
Another double.
Another double? Yeah, why not? All right. So where is my ice? So I got to cut off the impure. It sounds a bit worrying, doesn't it? I'm going to cut off the impure bit of my ice. Right.
That's a very shiny knife.
It was, wasn't it?
You're not an ice supremacist, are you?
I apparently am. I have no time for impure ice.
A friend of mine once had a boyfriend who named his knives. We didn't really approve of him.
That's a bad sign.
It is, isn't it?
I
Yeah.
think I fucked up this bit of ice, but anyway.
He was from Queensland, of course.
Yeah, that explains it. Oh, I think I fucked up this bit of ice. There we go.
Oh, there's an new Oka Tropical.
Oh, God, yes, I saw that. I got that email. Very tempting, some of the stuff they had in that email.
Oh, yes, because someone, Dingle Dodie, Dingle Dodie 77 just pointed it out, and I didn't get an email. There's an email.
I signed up for that email, yes. Let me see.
I'm running out of Oka Gold. I shouldn't buy any more alcohol, but I will.
Applewood Distillery.
Tropical.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks very...
it's not expensive either. Orange.
Yeah, the summer spritz pack. If I look at that, it's got...
It's pretty.
The Tropic, crafted from Polish Hill River, and fortified with unused spirits from our distillery, aromatized with orange to create a vibrant tropical cousin to vermouth, otherwise known. So yeah, it's like a variant on vermouth. It's an aromatized wine. And the other one, Unico Mando, using the biggest and juiciest of all the mandarins, we made this refreshing, vibrant liqueur from exclusively Riverland citrus. So that mandarin liqueur also looks fucking deadly.
There's a mandarin liqueur.
Yeah, instead of like limoncello, it's a mandarin liqueur. And yeah, I
love mandarin.
Yeah, no, both the Tropic and the mandarin sound fucking awesome, honestly. I know. No, I've bought too much recently. So the Tropic alone is 32. So there must be small bottles. The Mando is what is it?
Seafoam.
I can't work out how big it is. Yeah. This is the way. Sorry.
Yeah, the episode 3 is dropped.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch it this weekend. Yeah,
I am going to download it right now.
What does this make? What is that? What is that cocktail?
They have a couple recommendations for cocktails with it, because they're selling them as a pack. The spritz pack, so their version of a spritz. So they're literally saying like the Oka Tropic, a Pet Nat, which I think is a very trendy sort of wine at the moment. Bright tropical fruit punch pears, sea spray like saltiness. Yeah, I'm really tempted, but I've bought too much recently. But
if I have another Singapore Sling, I bet you I'll buy it.
Oh dear. I mean, it's super tempting. I got that in an email from them this week, and I was like, that all sounds very good.
It'll turn up in a week, and I'll go, what did I do? Angry, what did I buy?
Yes. No, I wasn't going to buy anything, and then what did I buy? Oh yeah, because Starwood brought out a new whiskey, and I'm getting that. And then it's like Kirsten says, her new workplace, their rye whiskey just won like a global competition for the best whiskey, and it's like, okay, well, I'm almost out of Navy strength gin, and they make a Navy strength gin, so I'm going to get the Navy strength gin and the award-winning rye whiskey before it's sold out, because everyone finds out it just won this global competition, so they all want to buy it. So I've been very decadent. It was probably since the last time I said to myself, okay, don't buy any more alcohol. I think I've probably bought 8 bottles. If you count these these last 2, it's probably like since the last time I said to myself, probably don't buy any more. I think I've like bought 8 bottles. So I was like, okay.
Task failed successfully.
Yes, yeah, it was a very successful failure of the task. But right, I need to. The next cocktail I'm going to make is Irish moonshine, poutine.
Oh, yes, you were talking about that.
Yeah, 52.5% alcohol. Wednesday next week is poutine day, and there's this recipe sounds great. It's on Difford's poutine, Lillet Blanc, which is an aromatized wine. I've got a substitute. A Gentian liqueur, which is an excuse to use Ocar Gold, because Ocar Gold is a very good substitute for Gentian liqueur. Elderflower liqueur. And then they say rosemary sugar syrup. And I'm not going to make a rosemary sugar syrup for drink. So there's rosemary in the garden. So I'm going to go out now and break off a sprig or 2 of rosemary. And I'm just going to muddle some rosemary in sugar syrup to get some of that flavor happening, and then strain it out after, and then put a rosemary sprig as a garnish in the end. So
that sounds very
yeah.
gourmet.
I almost did a test drive of this one last night because I don't know what it'll like, but I didn't. So I'm going to make it now. It'll be the first time I've tasted it. But it sounds good. Very
we
herbal.
should go to your favorite cocktail place, Americano.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
One day.
Yeah, because they're open again.
Well, we're still allowed out.
Yes. No, I think we're going to be allowed out for. In fact, in about another week, the rules are probably going to be relaxed even more. Like there'll be more people allowed in venues. I'm not to put too fine a point on it. A night doing a cocktail bar crawl in the city. Yeah. I know about. I usually only like go to 3 places because I'm like rat assed after going to 3 different cocktail bars. But there's about up to 6 places, and Kirsten used to. Sorry.
I already can't afford that night out. Like that sounds like an expensive night out.
Well, smile
it sounds
sweetly.
amazing.
I might treat. Smile sweetly. I might treat you to a drink. Hey.
Yeah, I'll treat you to one too.
Yeah.
No worries.
Yeah, Safa wants to do it as well. We've been talking about this for ages, but there's a couple of really good places. Well, there's not a couple. There's literally 20 really good places in the CBD. So,
do you know how long it's been since I went to the Gin Palace? It's been like 20 years.
The Gin Palace is good. I've only been there once or twice, but it's really good.
There's a whiskey bar opposite my house.
Yeah, there you
My
go.
apartment
Oh,
building.
your neighborhood. There's a bunch of good places in your neighborhood. That's the other thing.
there's right down the road.
We could
and
go over
there's-
to Abigail's place and just in walking distance of Abigail's place. There's a whole bunch of places.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's
cool.
Polly. Have you been to Polly?
Oh, is that where you live? I know Polly. Yeah, it's been about 20 years since I last went to Polly too.
Mm.
But
there's a whole
They
bunch
have,
of good places around there.
a whole
yeah.
page, a whole two-sided page of absinthe cocktails.
Yeah.
Like
And-
maybe even 4 of them. I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't been there in a while.
Yeah. You're also right near the Brogan's Way distillery. I've got like some of their gin. They do cocktails and they do good shit. But yeah, with it walking distance of your place, there's probably at least 10 really good places.
Yeah. Plus, you could crash here if you needed to.
Yeah, you just get the yeah, look, Nettie's down for it. Nettie's down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds like a great night out.
And any plan that involves less travel for me is a good plan.
Yeah, because
I mean, it's it's a sensory overload thing.
Yeah, it's a bit less
Too much
stressful.
travel
Yeah.
is- yeah. It's
Yeah.
not just convenient,
I
which it is, but it's also
Yeah.
like so much less stress.
Yeah. Right. I'm going to go out the back and get a rosemary sprig or two out of the garden. So
Oh, because I was going to make another thing. Oh, never mind.
yeah, make a thing.
The last of it. So you live close to that very well-known street in Fitzroy, I guess. Abigail,
Which street would that be?
the one with all the trams.
Oh yeah. There's like Nicholson Street, Brunswick Street, Smith Street. I'm like right in the middle of all of that. So
Right.
in Fitzroy,
Oh,
so-
cool. Very
Okay,
good place.
Yeah.
Guess the flaw in my plan as I went out to the backyard in the middle of the fucking night.
You
It's
can't
pitch
tell
black out
which one
there.
it is.
Yeah, so I've got to take my phone. No, I could not see anything. So I've got to take my phone with a torch out here.
Oh dear.
I used to live on Alexandra Parade.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know the blue pub looking place with it used to be a fish restaurant downstairs, but there's units up the top, or a unit
Okay.
with lots and lots of rooms. Yeah, I used to live
There are
there.
a lot of pubs on Alexander Parade alone, let alone.
Oh, are there?
in the
Okay,
neighborhood.
well, it looks it's an old pub. It used to be called the Jaika Hotel once upon a time.
Okay.
Let me think. Brunswick Street would cross Alexandra Parade, and then you just turn left, and it's like 1 minute walk. You turn left, going towards the city, sort of ish. Not away,
Okay.
but towards.
Sure. I don't go up that way very often because I
Oh,
live
well,
more
that-
towards Victoria Parade.
Well, anyway,
So-
that's where I used to live.
And I
That's
don't
where
go
I
to
met-
pubs very often either. Sorry?
Oh, it's not a pub. It's just a building. It's just a
Oh.
big blue building. Yeah, old Victorian
okay.
looking. Yeah. Kind
There
of
are a lot those
recognizable.
around here. Yeah.
Yeah, there, which is good, which is why we like the area. Yeah, I met my kid's dad. He was couch surfing there when I moved in.
Yep. Okay.
And I think it used to be a brothel
Few of those around here.
because there were
too.
sinks in a lot of the rooms, you know?
Oh, right.
Yeah. Someone went and looked up the history of it and said that, yeah, it was likely to have been a brothel once.
Yeah.
Which,
Yeah.
you know, kind of explained the vibe in the
Not that there's
place.
anything wrong with that.
Nothing
not at
wrong with
all.
that, but it kind of explained a bit.
You just remind me a pair of English comedians who had this like talk show thing together. Baddiel and Skinner, David Baddiel and Frank Skinner. David Baddiel's a like Londoner from a fairly well-off Jewish family, so he's quite refined. And Frank Skinner was a Northerner, and they were a very interesting contrast. And at one point, they were, I forget how it came up, but Baddiel's going on about doing a gentleman's wash. And Skinner goes, "What's that?" He goes, "It's just when you just at a sink and you just wash your privates and under the arms to make it a bit cleaner." And Skinner goes, "Ooh, a hooer's bath." And-
Jeez.
And Baddiel's going, "What?" He's going, "That's what we called it, a hooer's bath." It's just like, and it was the combination of his accent that he said "hooer" and not "whore," and just the contrast with the Londoner saying "a gentleman's wash" and the Northerner going "a hooer's bath."
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. Good. Excellent.
Right, I'm off to make another Singapore sling.
Excellent. Oh, nice. Dingle Doty's been adventuring with cocktails. You did the Trinidad Sour. For those who don't know, the Trinidad Sour is wild. It's 1.5 shots of Angostura bitters, which is just off the charts, because normally you do a couple dashes of Angostura bitters, but Trinidad Sour is 1.5 shots. I did a substitution on that. I thought I was being a bit wacky, and I did it with Peychaud's bitters, which is a different style of bitters, and it was honestly great. Trinidad Sour with Angostura bitters is okay. It's much better than it kind of sounds like it's going to be, 1.5 shots of bitters. But I made it with Peychaud's bitters almost as a joke, and then I tasted them side by side. I thought the Peychaud's bitters one was great. It was really good. Oh, Dingle Doty, got to make a cocktail for St Andrew's Day coming up. Drambuie, a Scotch liqueur. That's very good for Scotland. Oh, and you're doing your own spiced rum. That's an excellent idea. I love that. Infusing with the spices you like. Drambuie and orange is a good start for a St Andrew's Day cocktail. Wonder what would happen if I just sent Andrew's Day cocktail. I wonder if something comes up if I search this. 3 Scottish cocktails for St Andrew's Day. Okay, let's see what's come up. These pages are loading very slowly. Right. Okay, the Rob Roy, that's a fairly standard. A Drambuie hot toddy. That's an interesting one. Warmed apple juice with Drambuie and lemon juice. That would actually probably be really good. Above the border, that's gin and whiskey and raspberry syrup. God, that sounds weird. I like the sound of the Drambuie hot toddy, though. Or a St Andrew's martini. Vodka vermouth. What's the rest say while we wait? What the fuck is that? Oh, it's whiskey. Okay. So that's a St Andrew's martini is a martini with Scotch whiskey in it. So that's okay. Safa, will Victoria ever do a Dan Andrews public holiday? Dan Andrews is currently in a spot of bother because he's been implicated in questionable relationships with a property developer, although at the moment it's all hearsay from someone who's obviously guilty and is trying to implicate Dan Andrews. And at the moment, if I was Dan Andrews, that would be my defense. Like, you're listening to gossip from someone who's obviously guilty. Yeah, it's like, oh, if he was guilty of cozying up to a property developer, that would be a fucking shock in a politician. I mean, that's
What?
never happened
A
before.
Labour Party politician?
Yeah,
in
any
bed with
politician. Yeah.
A property developer in Victoria? Colour me shocked.
Yeah.
God.
Oh, nobody is going to bed. Okay, the stove's just started making its buzzing noise. I have to hit it. It's annoying the shit out of me. I wish I knew how to stop it from doing that, but I don't. Just every now and then it ticks over to 12 o'clock and the hideous buzzing starts. But look, I got a very healthy sprig of rosemary. Look at that. So, speaking, you were saying I had a tree of mint. Now I've got a tree of rosemary. I'll have to break this off a bit for a garnish. And Safi, you didn't hear... Oh, okay, sorry. You must mean the Dan Andrews thing. Yeah, look in the papers of the last day or two. Some stooge at an IBAC inquiry is just saying, oh yeah, Dan Andrews said this and Dan Andrews said that. And he doesn't actually have any evidence. We just have the word of someone who was obviously corrupt saying, "Oh no, Dan Andrews told me to do it," and it's like, okay. And the big thing, and of course the Liberal Party's trying to. And look, man, if he is actually guilty of this stuff, then you should fucking drag him out and make him answer for it. And the Liberal Party's like, yeah, Dan Andrews has to fucking appear in the inquiry, and it's just like, the inquiry is quite capable of deciding if this guy is trustworthy or not, because at the moment it's a guy who's clearly guilty saying, "Oh yeah, Dan Andrews told me to do it," and there's recordings were played, and all the recording is this guy telling someone else on the phone, "Oh yeah, Dan Andrews is definitely on board with this." It's like, you don't actually have any recordings of Dan Andrews, do you? just this one guy.
Politicians with evidence. It's a thing lately.
Yeah, but like I said, like if he can actually pin it on him, then he needs to answer for it. But it's like, oh god, is Dan Andrews in trouble? And I read it, and it's just going, it's just this guy who's obviously guilty who keeps saying Dan Andrews is completely on board with this. And it's like, it's not that good a source. Oh yeah, that was a funny one, Sapa. In relation to the hotel quarantine fiasco, the public servant who was the head of DHSS, the Department of Health and Human Services, which was the department that was ultimately responsible for it, she has quit, and she assures us it's nothing to do with the hotel inquiry. She's seeking other opportunities. But that's two senior public servants and one senior minister go bye-byes. I think that's all the blood they get out of this inquiry. But it's funny, as much as I defend things, to me it's really obvious what happened with that when you heard all those people saying, it was no one person's decision. We don't know who decided. It's like yes, minister public service bullshit where they were like, if we don't minute the meetings and if no one person's responsible, then no one can take the heat if something goes wrong. But none of them considered the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario was a major outbreak that killed 800 people. And the whole I don't know shit doesn't work in that scenario. And that's why two senior public servants and one senior minister go bye-byes, because you can only play that dumb game if there's no really serious repercussions. If something goes seriously wrong, someone has to answer. That's a sexy little shaker. I like that.
It is a kitty, isn't it?
That is nice.
It was a Christmas, it was a cheapo Christmas present, a sort of Secret Santa kind of present.
That's nice.
Yeah. It was like
hello,
$5
wrestling with
or
Big
something.
Thought. Yeah. So, yeah. Got the lid off? All right. Okay, so it's a cobbler style shaker. Nice. Built-in strainer.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
I like that because I'm unco as
That's
fuck.
fair.
And I've been living dangerously. I've been living dangerously tonight by wearing white and using cherry brandy. That stuff stains like a motherfucker.
Yeah,
I've been sweating bullets making these things.
Yeah. Like one of the YouTube channels I watch, the guy loves making infusions and whatnot, and he's infusing some like vodka with turmeric, which makes for an interesting flavor and a really vibrant color. But as he's saying, he's like to make it, he goes, just remember, turmeric stains everything. So it's like, if I thought this through, I would have worn gloves while I made it, and I would have put a protective thing down on my kitchen bench, because now there's orange stains all over my kitchen bench and on my hands. So it's like, turmeric does that.
Yeah, well, cherry Voc stains my laminate.
Yeah.
My white laminate. I can't believe it. Just a few drops and there's... buggered.
But no, all those coloured liqueurs, it's really strong artificial colour. Like I was laughing with someone like because they were all on special. So now I can make red drinks, and I can make green drinks and blue drinks and purple drinks, and they've all got a really strong food dye in them. So if you spill them on a surface, or even just the rings from the bottles, you get these coloured rings on your bench top that are really hard to get off. But yeah, yes, Megalich, turmeric is the Trump spice. It's definitely it's a Trump colour, turmeric. Safa, when will I go out on date night again? We considered going out on date night this week, but by the time we got to the point of going, yeah, let's look at it, everything was booked out. So it's like, oh, okay, 2 more weeks. 2 more weeks will probably go out on a date night.
I have something cute to show you.
Oh, what do you got?
I got a little cutie right here.
That is cute. Little ball of fluff with a little black button nose.
She's got eyes.
Oh yeah, got eyes too. They were hidden before.
She just settled herself down there on her little mountain of cushions and stuff, and made herself very cute.
Nice.
She's got terrible quarantine hair. I can't get her groomed. I can't get her groomed until the 6th of December.
Oh,
and I booked her in like a month ago. As soon as the restrictions were lifted, I called up the groomer and she's like, no, not till December.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like all the hairdressers and the men's barbers. When they first opened, there was like lines out the friggin' door. All these people were so desperate, and I was like, "Yeah, I kind of feel you because my hair hasn't been this long in literal decades, but I'm just chilling with it." And my lad, he's got oh my god, he's got like 70s sort of hair down. His fringe is down to here, and it's just like, are you getting a hair? You don't have to. That's cool. But that's a pretty serious head of hair you got going on at the moment. And he's just like, like, yeah.
Yeah, my hair was like down to here when I got it cut.
Yeah.
And this is a bit shorter than I wanted, but it'll go.
Yeah. My daughter just had hers cut about the length of yours, and it was much longer, and it was really funny. I met her afterwards. I was picking her up from the train station near Coles, and I saw her, and she had much shorter hair, and she was wearing a mask. So I recognized her straight away, and then I just had a second's doubt, like, oh, if I wave at this woman, is she going to suddenly not be my daughter, and it'll get really weird? And I told her that, and she said it was the same with the hairdresser because I hadn't been in there for so long. My hair was way longer than they were used to, and I was wearing a mask. So I rocked up, and they were just like, "Do you have an appointment?" "Yeah, it's me." And they went, and they like did a double take and looked at her and went, "Oh, we need to get to work. No, look how long your hair's got." So yeah, isolation hair and masks is making people very hard to recognize.
It feels pretty weird, actually, talking to people with masks. You know, they've got the mask, and you've got a mouthful of cotton, and it's awkward. You know, I thought I'd be cool with it, you know, but I'm starting to get a little bit of the irrits.
Yeah, no, it's weird, and even just like in a shop in the supermarket, when I was first wearing them, I even said to someone, "I have no idea how loud I have to talk to you. I don't know if my voice is muffled or if you can hear me. This is weird. I don't know what's happening." I was so self-conscious. It was just like, "Oh, this is weird. I don't know what's happening." But we just live in a weird fucking world at the moment. That's all there is.
It is so weird right now.
Everything's
so weird right now.
Trying to think. All right, I want to put a couple glasses in the freezer because I'm going to make a couple more drinks. All right.
Ugh. What will you make for date night?
Well, Mrs. Angry has a real problem with what the fuck was that doing there? Sorry, there's just a fucking empty cup in the freezer, and I have no idea why. Mrs. Angry has a real problem with heartburn at the moment, and alcohol is not good for that. So she's not drinking cocktails at the moment. So now that I've got a couple,
able to have a creamy one.
yeah, she just doesn't want to. For a while, I was finding cocktails that didn't have citrus in them. I was specifically seeking out cocktails that didn't have citrus because the acidity of citrus is very bad for it. But then it was just like alcohol in itself was bad for her heartburn. So in the weeks prior, I was doing elaborate, like when I'm meant to be working, I was doing elaborate cocktail menus on PowerPoint and making them look really beautiful. And I'd come up with 8 cocktails to choose from on date night, and then we'd have 3 cocktails each. So we have different ones and we taste each other's cocktails. So I got to taste all these different cocktails. And then the good ones I'd keep. And it's like, I'd keep half the cocktails on there and come up with some new ones for the next month. And so then I did about 8 versions of this menu, sort of refining what were the ones we liked the most. And that was fun, and it was really involved.
Yeah.
In searching. But then for a while I was making clarified cocktails because the way that gets added to the cocktail when you milk clarify it was like settling down the acidity of it. But then she didn't even want to do that. So then I was like, oh, just do something. Oh, look, I've got bottled cocktails. Excellent. Just glass, ice, pour. It's just like, that's me. That's I'm done. And I make the other thing is I'm making these cocktails tonight and recording it, but I'm gonna make them a second time. Not the mojito actually, but I'll make a couple of them a second time to do close-ups to get sexy close-ups of the liquid pouring in slow motion into the mixing glass and whatnot to make it look visually interesting. And then it's the middle of the day and I don't want to drink the cocktails, so just for a laugh I just milk clarify them. And I often I've put 3 completely unrelated cocktails together into one mixing glass and then just milk clarify it to see what comes out the other end. And and then that's what I drink because it's pre-made and I just pour it into a glass with ice. And it's usually interesting. It's sometimes quite weird, sometimes very good. But it's at the very least it's interesting. It's like, oh, okay, this one had rum and whiskey and gin, which I can taste, and 3 different.
At what point do they stop being cocktails and more rocket fuel?
Well, there is that, yeah. I mean, and I think my record for that is when I made one cocktail that had a bit of every overproof spirit I had. And so they range.
Yeah, the shut the fuck up.
Yeah, the shut the fuck up. They range from 50% to 85% alcohol. The different, and so it's like this is like an overproof whiskey, overproof rum, overproof gin. This Pachin and absinthe. Oh yeah, no, and the fucking remnant of my Polish rectified spirit. So it's like 6 different spirits that were all 100 proof or higher, and it was actually pretty good. It was like, oh, this is stupid. I'm just being stupid, and I mixed it with a bit of citrus and sugar syrup, and I tasted it. No, this is actually pretty good. I'm actually okay with this. Noog, hello. How are you? Nice to see you. I guess it's morning in your. Oh, technically it's morning for us. Just past midnight our time. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to make a Pachin Irish moonshine cocktail. Do you guys are you guys going to talk amongst yourselves, or should I leave the microphone on so you can laugh at how stupid I look when I'm trying to make this and cover it up with editing later?
You know what? I think
As long
I'm
as I
getting.
don't have to carry the conversation.
I think I'm actually getting all, like at the end of my drinkies and quiet. So
That's okay. Well, I'll just leave my microphone on and you can kind of laugh. I'll turn the speaker off so you can say whatever you want and it won't disrupt. But I'll keep talking so you get to see how the sausage is made, as the saying goes, which is a reasonably unpleasant saying, quite honestly.
Actually, before you go, I was wondering, does Mrs. Angry take Nexium for the indigestion?
I'm not sure what she's doing exactly. So I know she's just limiting what she eats.
Because you can get a stronger Nexium on prescription from your doctor.
Okay.
Yeah, and it works very well.
Okay, I'll ask her that one.
That's what I use because my antidepressants they upset my stomach, so I take Nexium with them.
Okay. Yeah, I will definitely ask her.
Then she can drink your cocktails again.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's important.
It
That's
is
the important part.
Yeah. But and particularly if we start going out again, because the thing we would traditionally do is have dinner and some cocktails at the various. So 18th is which day of the week? It is Wednesday. Okay, so Wednesday is Poutine Day. An event held at the Sun Tavern, London's Bethnal Green. I love this little article where I found out, it's apparently International Poutine Day. It says International Poutine Day was both launched and established in 2015 at an event held at the Sun Tavern in London's Bethnal Green by a poutine maker. The word international in this celebratory day's title could be a tad overstated, as International Poutine Day seems yet to extend much beyond the Sun Tavern itself. They've gone,
doing our bit.
They're calling it International Poutine Day, but they're the only ones calling it that. But it's an excuse to make a cocktail with poutine. So there we go. Oh, no, it's afternoon for you. Okay, fair enough. See, I'm really bad with time zones. I'm just terrible with time zones. And Megaleech is recommending omeprazole for heartburn.
I have Somac because I have long-term reflux issues.
Right.
And that's kind of like you take it every day, and it's a preventative.
Okay. That sounds cool.
You can get it over the counter at a weaker strength, but usually you get it on prescription. The name of the medication is called pantoprazole.
Okay.
Ding, 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 ding.
Scruff's so cute.
He is, actually. Scruff is very cute.
I forget how tiny she is until I see her through other people's eyes. Because she's got a big personality at home.
Yeah. And you're used to her as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, I'm going to switch my camera on to talk to the internet. And all right, turn the light on. Oh, Jesus, that's right. Okay. Yeah. All right, got to check that my framing is still working.
I'm on the internet.
Yeah. Right, so you can see me on saying. Okay. No, that's right. That framing's good. Okay.
Where's Charlie tonight?
Well,
I
as
haven't
she
heard from
described
Charlie
it
in a
the
while.
other night, she's off getting dicked down. So
Ah.
she was
Okay.
going to go visiting someone so she could get dicked down. So
Okay.
I
all right
see.
for some. That's all I'm saying. You know.
I really want to know what that means.
Having the sex. That's what that means.
Having the sex. But doesn't she
Yes.
have a boy for having the sex?
Yeah, I
Maybe
think
she's having
they
other
were
kinds.
going somewhere together or something. I don't know.
Ah.
All right, I'm going to turn the speaker off now, but you'll still be able to hear me. Right, okay. Got to open my page for... No, that's not right. What the fuck am I doing? All right, okay. International Poutine Day. Okay. I set that to record, didn't I? Didn't I? Yes, I did. Okay. Fuck. I'm not that drunk. Okay. G'day, cocktail lovers. I hope you've been keeping well. And hey,
Oh,
if you're looking for
music.
a reason to celebrate,
What was that?
I've got one. A slightly
boring
obscure
hype
one.
music.
How about International Poutine Day? That's one of Ireland's national drinks, sometimes referred to as Irish moonshine because it is an unaged white spirit. And yes, I'm pronouncing it right because I have a friend from Ireland who speaks the Gaeilge, and I asked him for the pronunciation. And it looks like, when you see it spelled, it looks like poutine, but it's pronounced poutine. That's how Gaeilge works. So now you know you can be the knowledgeable one if it ever comes up. And I'm honestly not sure how often poutine's going to come up in conversations for anyone. But there is a bar in London's Bethnal Green who decided about 5 years ago to work with a poutine maker to have an International Poutine Day, which is a bit grand. But hey, why not? Poutine deserves a bit more attention. And I have some. This is actually made by the Teeling Distillery, who are famous for Irish whiskey. This is an overproof poutine. They're not all overproof. This is 52.5%, so that's 105 proof poutine right here. And so we're looking up a recipe to make with the poutine. And I found an intriguing sounding cocktail, which I didn't try ahead of time, so I'm going to see it for the first time. Besides the poutine and a few other liqueurs, also features rosemary. Fortunately, a lot of it in the garden. So some rosemary, fresh from the garden, going in with the booze. Let's get to it. All right, in my mixing glass. Put the leaves.
It's going to be uploaded at 4K.
It's like plucking a chicken, except I'm plucking a rosemary.
He can't hear us, I don't think.
And now my fingers smell like rosemary. Oh, who's Rosemary, you ask? That's a personal question? I don't know. Just realised the level of innuendo I can do referring to Rosemary all over my
That's
fingers.
great.
Shouldn't
That
do
joke
that.
is Abigail
Trouble.
approved.
Right, where is my... I put it in these little bottles. I was like... Yes, that's sugar syrup, not fruit juice. Sometimes I confuse them. All right. I don't know what that is. Go in there.
Hey, is all this mumbling going to go in the video as well?
No, he cuts it. He cuts it out and like edits the video.
This cocktail is called a Miss Moonshine, and it calls for, along with the booze, a rosemary sugar syrup. Now, I do make my own sugar syrup, but I was not going to make a batch of rosemary sugar syrup for one drink that only wanted like half an ounce in there. So I'm improvising. I've stripped some of the leaves from the rosemary sprig. I'm going to add half an ounce, 15 mils of sugar syrup, and I'm going to muddle that to get some nice rosemary flavor coming out. And
I can't hear you over the top of him. It's really loud.
Syrup with a bit of rosemary flavor.
I am, talking to Mega Leech, but
Oh, I see.
yeah.
Looking, I wonder if the mumbling happens in the office.
The Miss, what's his name again? Louis Labalif. The Miss Moonshine was created by Louis Labalif at a bar in London called the Hawksmoor in about 2014. And it's really up front with the Pachin. It's got 50 mils or 1 2/3 ounces of Pachin going in.
These are some great sound effects that we're getting.
The recipe also calls for an aromatized wine. They recommend Lillet Blanc, which a lot of people have, and I have had in the past. I'm going to use Cocchi Americano, which is in a very similar vein. I actually prefer this a bit to the Lillet Blanc, but yeah, basically a white aromatized wine, and you want 20 mils or 2/3 of an ounce of your aromatized wine.
I have no idea what aromatized wine is. Sounds like it smells a bit.
There are a couple of liqueurs in this cocktail as well. Calls for 10 mils of Argentine liqueur. Didn't specify a particular one. I'm going to use an Australian liqueur, Okar Gold, which is very similar to the European gentian liqueur, but it's Australian botanicals rather than the European ones you get in a European gentian. But it's a very serviceable substitution. You can do whatever you're able to get a hold of, maybe something like yellow chartreuse or another gentian liqueur, but it's just 10 mils, 1/3 of an ounce of your gentian liqueur.
Mega Leech, I don't know why you asked me to type that, but there you go.
We're also adding 10 mils, 1/3 of an ounce of elderflower liqueur. This should give a nice, light, floral and sweet tone to the cocktail. Whichever particular brand of elderflower you can get a hold of, just putting in 10 mils. The last touch is orange bitters. We're going to put in 2 dashes. I'm shaking it more than 2 times because it doesn't really flow out of this bottle that quickly. That's about the equivalent of what would be taken to be 2 dashes of orange bitters.
This soundboard is the greatest thing I've ever installed on my computer.
We add ice to our shaker. Make sure they're together, nice and secure. Give it a good hard shake for about 10 seconds.
Remember, anything more than a 10-second shake is a wank.
The first time I ever heard of a soundboard, Ali had downloaded one full of.
Definitely want to double strain this cocktail, and that will keep out not
Alex
just
Jones?
the rosemary fragments,
Yeah.
but also any small ice
The
chips.
right-wing shitbag.
The right way, yeah. Going, and they're turning the frogs gay. That was the first time I heard of a soundboard. They're turning the friggin' frogs gay.
Yeah.
Alan Jones.
You know what I'm doing now? What am I
The final
looking at
touch,
there?
just a
bat.
twig of rosemary.
A very angry bat in a plastic bag.
Really nice aromatics, if you're lucky enough to have it fresh from the garden. And so let's give it the old taste test. Unsurprisingly, you just get a really strong aroma of rosemary when you bring it up to mouth, but it's like,
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
That's it.
oh, wow. Oh, the rosemary isn't overpowering when you taste it. There's a little bit of sharpness, which I think is coming from the rosemary that are muddled in it earlier. And Pachin can be a very strong flavour.
Every
It's like
time
an
it says
unaged white
Pachin, I
spirit.
think of
And in this
Pusheen.
case, more than 100 proof. But there's a nice balance being brought in.
Me
The
too.
herb
I was keeping it to myself.
The Gentian liqueur and the sort of
I'm not
sweetness and
alone
floral.
I love
notes
Pusheen.
from the elderflower liqueur.
I'm
A
I'm
little
a
bit of
fan
sugar syrup
myself.
in there as well. This is much easier than drinking from a jug of moonshine. I'll tell you that much.
It's better than a jug of moonshine.
Oof. It is still quite boozy. I mean that in a good way. Well, I think this is a fine way to celebrate my Irish heritage. And as few people happen to know, the 18th is International Pachin Day. Now you know, it's your chance to indulge, discover this Irish
International
spirit,
Pusheen
and
Day.
have something a little bit different. I hope you enjoyed sort of learning a bit about this International Pachin Day and a pretty good cocktail you can make with it. I hope to see you again soon. If you're not already subscribed to the channel, it would be great if you subscribed. Hit the little bell so you get notifications when I upload, and love to see you
Smash that
again.
like
Be
button.
uploading more very soon. In the meantime, I'm going to finish this off, so I will leave you with cheers.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Okay. Oops. Gonna bring that down.
What? Really?
All right. Oh, you're showing us videos of your dog now. Nice.
I was actually trying to find one of Pusheen. It seemed relevant to what you were talking about.
Every time you say Pusheen, I think Pusheen the cat.
Oh, yes. I know what you mean. Yes.
Me too.
Yeah.
Machine. I just noticed Jackson Gaming on Twitch was watching when I was talking about making Miss Moonshine. He liked the sound of that, apparently. It's a really boozy drink. Like, and I mean that as I said when I was making it, I mean that in a good way. But it is very boozy. Hey, I'm getting shit-faced, yo. Oh, because there's nothing. Oh, the sugar syrup. The sugar syrup is the only thing in this that's not alcoholic. It's like you get probably the majority of cocktails have some sort of fruit juice or soda or something in them. This is one of those exceptions where it's like, no, motherfucker, just putting a lot of booze. Although there's sugar syrup, there's a tiny bit of dilution from the sugar syrup and from shaking it with ice. But I mean, one of the ones I made last week was like an Pusheen. Oh dear. One of the ones I made last week was literally all booze, didn't even have sugar syrup in it. And it was amazing. Like, I really liked it. And I was like, wow, this is actually quite dangerous because for some bizarre reason, I'm finding it really easy to drink and it's all booze. And it's just like,
yeah. That's my Singapore Sling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yum. Okay, look, I'm fuzzing out. I'm going. I'm
You're going to go, Nitty? That's fair.
Bye.
Good night.
Okay.
That went on for way too long. I'm going to look for a shorter one.
It was pretty good. Oh my god.
I was looking for smash that like button, but I couldn't find it.
Oh my god.
But I did find
dear.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Which is kind of funny because everyone like mocked him for that. But there was something about some amphibians mutating and changing gender, which was fascinating.
Okay.
So
but frogs do that anyway. Like
they do, yeah. But it was something in the environment, something that had been introduced to the but yeah, because it is a thing amphibians will do. And there's a few species that do it, and I swear I've read that there are some mammals who will do it if the entire, or maybe it was birds, if the entire population has a really bad gender imbalance, they can actually change to keep the population going.
That we can harness this power and inject it somehow?
Yeah, well, we should. I mean, honestly.
Asking for a friend.
Asking for a friend. Yeah. But that's why it's always fun.
No lie. I'm sure I have friends who would want that.
Probably literally, yes.
Yeah.
It's like one of my Twitter friends, Delaney King, is so good at absolutely destroying transphobic arguments. Just has all the ammunition, just why it doesn't make sense from a cultural point of view, and then from a scientific view, and like breaking it right down to, because you get idiots like Ben Shapiro talking about XX and XY, and saying that's not how humans work. Okay, there is actually a whole bunch of variations in that, and you want to talk about nature, and then just bringing up species that will literally change gender and change what part they play in the reproductive cycle. So it's like, dude, it doesn't make any sense. Cultures going back thousands of years have recognized it. Actual biological science recognizes the binary is false. Just because it's dominant doesn't mean nothing else exists. It's like Earth is over 70% water. There is no land on planet Earth. You know, it's just like...
Yes.
Oh, Megaleech has got all the things that will do it. Clownfish. Yes, clownfish. Because that was the joke about Finding Nemo. In Finding Nemo, how like Nemo's mother and all the other eggs were destroyed. What would actually happen in reality is Nemo would change gender and they would mate.
Nemo's dead.
Yeah. One of them would change gender and they would mate, which is not really going to happen in a Disney
movie. Even though they're related?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So Megaleech has just got the big list of fish: clownfish, hawkfish, sea bass, humphead wrasse.
Yeah.
Dingle Doty's got a few fish as well. Banana slugs, which is possibly my favorite named creature. Butterflies, cardinals, frogs, cophead snakes, bearded dragons, green sea turtle. It's just like you can blow them out of the water.
Goes on and on and on.
Probably my personal favorite is Ben Shapiro, because those rich right-wing billionaires told him he was smart, and they put out press releases saying he was smart, and media outlets just reprinted the press releases as fact, saying Ben Shapiro is the cool kid's philosopher. And then it's like, his arguments are so fucking weak. Like, he's one of the ones who obsesses about, goes with X, Y, Z. Like, dude, how, even if that's true, and it isn't, but if it was, how long have we known about chromosomes? Okay. So what happened prior to that with someone who presented masc or presented femme? You took them at their word. You said, that's who you are, because you didn't have anyone knowing. He's going, but no, we know. But for centuries, it was down to how people presented. And and you're ignoring that. You're ignoring that culturally, transgenderism was a thing and was an accepted thing for centuries, if not millennia, right? So what you're saying doesn't make sense culturally. And now we're just getting to the science, and your understanding of science apparently stopped when you were in primary school. And they don't actually tell primary school kids everything because it would overload their fucking brains. They give them a very simplistic version of what the world is. And when you actually look into it, it's like, no, it's not. That whole gender binary thing is not actually real. And it's just like, nature doesn't support you. Science doesn't support you. Culture doesn't support you. Society doesn't support you. But basically, you're just a dickhead. And it's like, his arguments are so bad. And it's like this one, he was on some... Sorry, go.
His poor wife.
Oh, God, that wet-ass pussy thing. Oh, my God. That was so fucking... Just outing yourself to the world like that. It's not that you don't sexually satisfy your wife. It's that you've never mildly sexually aroused any woman ever, and you don't realize that. That's like, dude. And I will always love, like, his absolutely shithouse argument about climate change that Bomber Guy just did that hilarious video on with Ben Shapiro. In that fucking weird way he talks, like, just a minute. Okay, take it from here. Okay, let's just say sea levels rise. They rise by 6 inches, 3 feet. Let's just say, and so the coastal areas are flooded. Well, people who live there will just sell their houses and move somewhere else. And then H Bomber Guy does a thing where he breaks through a wall with an axe until there's a hole and sticks his head through the hole. And goes, sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman. It's the worst. That's what he thought. Ben Shapiro thought was his mic drop moment, even if the coastal areas get flooded, people will just sell their houses and move somewhere. That's what he thinks is a smart thing to say.
To Aquaman.
But the thing is, it's also the timing, because he's got his home set, which is like a bit of plywood that he stuck some wallpaper on, and he's on the other side of it with an axe, and you just hear this thump, 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 and then he starts breaking through the plywood, and it takes a while, and he hacks this little vaguely face-shaped hole in the wall, and then just shoves his face through the hole and goes, "Sell it to who, man? Fucking Aquaman." The comedic timing is just beautiful. Oh yes, I love that one. I've seen that meme. Dingle Doty, Gordon Ramsay shouting insults at chefs. "That chicken's so dry, Ben Shapiro tried to fuck it."
My favorite one is, "This Kelpian is so rare, it still senses a threat."
Oh my God, wasn't that messed up with bloody Michael in the Shadow universe actually eating Kelpian? Because trying to maintain the cover with Giorgio.
And almost gagging on it, as you would.
As you would, and just trying to no, can't break my cover. I have to eat it.
Oh, yike.
That was fucking full on. I saw there's another kick-ass women movie coming out. I forget what it was, but someone put it, and Michelle Yeoh's in it as well. It's just kick-ass women of quite different. And I just thought, oh yeah, women beating the shit out of people, and Michelle Yeoh's in there. Yep, I'm there. Yep. Ever since Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, I was going, oh yeah, if Michelle Yeoh's in it, I'm watching it. It's just like fucking. Did you watch Crazy Rich Asians?
No.
It's like a romantic comedy where Michelle Yeoh is the evil as fuck would-be mother-in-law, and she is fucking great. But it's like a romantic comedy. It's a girl, an Asian American girl in New York's got a boyfriend who has an English accent. He's Malaysian, and they've got a thing happening, and he proposes, and I'm going to take you back to visit my family. And his family is basically the richest family in Malaysia. And he never told anyone in New York that, because he didn't want anyone because he grew up with everyone fawning over him because he's from the richest family in Malaysia. And so, this girl he's proposed to doesn't know this until, and he's kind of like, oh, my family's got money. And they get there and they're like one of the richest families in Malaysia. And and so the mother, who's Michelle Yeoh, thinks she's just a gold digger. And she's not, because she literally never knew. But it's a really good romantic comedy. Literally everyone in it's Asian. And I remember watching it and going and it was really successful. And I got angry because I thought, it was so hard for them to make this because they had to convince Hollywood people, no, if you make a movie with an all-Asian cast, people watch it. And I go, okay. And so they made it, and it was hugely successful, and it was really funny. And I just thought, okay, how many other really good fucking stories have we missed out on because some cockhead in a suit just went, there's no white people in this. What are we doing? It's not centering on a straight white male. What are we doing here?
Do not understand.
And it's just it's like I was really enjoying the movie, and then I got angry, and I was like, okay, now I just feel like I've missed out on a fuck ton of really good stories because some cockhead in a suit in Hollywood wouldn't make it. And it's damn.
Because it wasn't about him specifically.
Sorry, I just Dingle Doty's coming up with the Gordon Ramsay ones. There's so much time in there. The doctor showed up to save the day. Oh dear, that's a good one. That's a good one. Probably I still laughed more at So Dry Ben Shapiro tried to fuck it, but it's just and you know how stupid his voice is? Again, this is the thing. Once it got into my head, I couldn't get rid of it. Now I'm putting it into everyone's else's head. Ben Shapiro having sex. Baby, yeah. Yeah, baby. That's good, baby. Let's go. Ben feels it. Yeah, this is good, Ben. Just in his weird fucking Elmer Fudd on speed voice, and it's just like, what's wrong with you, dude? Why don't you talk normally? And it's oh man, I've had a couple of drinks. I'm just on a fucking bender at the no. I'm on a tear.
Yeah.
Not quite a bender. I'd have to go.
Haven't drank anything in a while.
That's okay. I'm drinking for two. Sorry. There we go. Yes, Benklich says that was horrifying. Yes, I have put the Ben Shapiro sex talk idea into your head. And once that gets into your head, it's never going away. There's, a YouTube channel I like that I reference occasionally, Some More News, with this guy, Cody, who presents it like a fake news presenter. And anyway, it's from about a year ago. But sometimes the titles they use get me. There's a video called "Maybe Ben Shapiro Should Not Actually Be Taken Seriously by Anyone Ever," and he actually spends an hour deconstructing how fucking stupid Ben Shapiro. It's like, it's not that I disagree with him, but I do. But it's just that his points are really, really bad. Like, they are very poorly argued. It's just trivially easy to shoot him down. And he just keeps publicly making these statements that are dumb as fuck. It's just mind-blowing how stupid the statements are. But he keeps doing it because he's addicted to the attention. I kind of stole the joke. I don't know who said it first, but I saw it. It's like, pretty sure public humiliation is Ben Shapiro's sexual kink, and when we rip on him, he's just getting off on it. So, which is
Ben Shapiro furiously masturbating to this is horrifying.
It is. It really is. You just don't like to think too much about.
No, don't overthink it.
I think Megalich was Some More News. Ben Shapiro. This is it. Perhaps Ben Shapiro shouldn't be taken seriously by anyone about anything. And Megalich wants the link, so I'm just going to put the link in there. So Dingle Doty likes his Avengers review. I don't believe the character is dead because Disney wouldn't give up making money off of that character. I have to admit, that was my biggest disappointment in, and I watch all the Marvel movies. My biggest disappointment in Avengers Infinity War is when everyone who got snapped and went, "Oh, you did it to Black Panther and Spider-Man? Please insult my intelligence more that you're going to end their franchise." And it's just like, it's going, not them. Out of all the people that you made vaporize, not Black Panther and Spider-Man, because you aren't ending their franchise. Although at least in Endgame they did it, because I was basically in the lead up, I was saying, if they don't kill off Iron Man and Captain America, they fucking suck, because everything's been building up to that happening. And they did it. Well, they didn't really kill off Captain America. You know, he went back in time and got to live his life and was off. But they essentially killed him off. So they essentially killed off Iron Man. Spoiler alert for a 4-year-old movie. They killed Iron Man and Captain America.
The statute of limitations on Infinity War, is long past.
When
something's 4 years old, though.
I think it's 2 years.
Yeah, that sounds better.
But when a major pop cultural event happens, you can't expect people to not just casually talk about it years later.
Yeah.
I'm a big believer in probably at least a month. Don't talk shit. Don't do giveaways for at least a month. Like
it's still in the cinema.
Yeah. Or like I blocked someone on Facebook the other day for a Mandalorian spoiler, and I was just like, I told them I just went, you absolute cunt. It's just like,
Yep.
fuck off with your fucking spoilers. And they would argue that no, you gave a full-on fucking spoiler, you fucking wanker. And
Awesome.
it was that the Marshall episode, I was just like, no, actually, fuck you. I used to, because I was very obsessed about the Walking Dead in years past, and a lot of people watching it, and I would regularly just say on social media, no exceptions, you do a Walking Dead spoiler, I don't care if I've seen the episode, that just marks you as a piece of shit, and I'm blocking you forever. So
Yeah.
you got to at least wait a couple weeks. So
Anything that like that's in the cultural zeitgeist and like people want to enjoy it, just don't do it.
yeah, just don't be a dick.
Don't be a dick. Wheaton's law. Don't
Yeah.
be a dick.
Yeah. Well, I have to admit, one thing I really enjoyed, because I was reading the Walking Dead comics before they made the TV show. And it's fun because they changed so much in the TV show that certain big plot elements ran true to the comics, but other stuff was completely, like, characters were different. Some characters in the book didn't exist in the TV show. Some characters in the TV show didn't exist in the book. Some characters died early in the comic and lasted ages in the TV show. Some died early in the TV show but lasted ages. So even people who'd read the comics couldn't actually tell you what was going to happen, which was fun, which made it fun doing bets when Negan's going to cave someone's skull in with a baseball bat. Because I knew from the comic it was Glenn, and I never let on, and I just went. But I was laying bets when they lined them up, and I was going, okay, you look at that line of people, and you've got we know it's not going to be Rick or Carl, because he categorically said it wasn't going to be Rick or Carl. And I went, okay, then you've got your top rank of shocking. If he does it to Glenn, if he does it to this one, if he does it to that, that's super shocking. And then there's the second rank one. If they do it to them, that's wow. And then there was a couple people in a row. No one gives a fuck. If he does it to them, that's the biggest cop out I've ever seen. And he didn't. He fucking did it to Glenn, and it was an excellent fake out for comic book fans, because in the comic book he only does it to Glenn, and the guy with the big handlebar mustache, I've forgotten his name. I know. He did. Like he got him first in the. He doesn't get him in the comic, but in the TV show, I didn't think he was gonna hit him, because he was doing the big hero thing, staring him down, and Negan actually said, "You actually want it, don't you? You want to be the hero." And I thought he wouldn't do it to him because he wanted to take one for the team. But he did, and that's really, he beats his head in, and I'm going, oh wow, that was kind of full on, not as full on as doing it to Glenn. And then he says, I got to do it to someone else, and he does it to Glenn, and I went, man, that's fucking hard.
Brutal as well.
Yep. And they visually, that's how it was visually in the comic book too. Like his skull caved in and his eye hanging out.
With his eyeball,
Yep. So that was exactly like the comic, and I was like, ooh, fucking brutal.
Yeah.
Well, what always I found funny, the physicality in the comics, the physical form of Negan was based on Henry Rollins. Like, he's huge and muscular. And the writer and artist both said, yeah, no, he's totally based on Henry Rollins. That's our model for him. And the guy who plays him in the TV show is exceptionally good, but is physically totally different to that. He's really lean and slender. So, and they did that really well, because Negan was a huge favorite in the comics, and he ended up being a huge favorite in the TV show as well, even though he was very, very different. Was it Jeffrey Dean Morgan? I love, there was an interview with him when they announced that he was going to be Negan, and he said, oh yeah, like last year my agent called me and said, "Oh, we got to call. The people in The Walking Dead want you to read for a role. Do you want to do it?" Because he does movies. Do you want to do TV? And they said they want you for the phrase is a big bad. They want you for a big bad. And Jeffrey, because he knew the comics, and he went, "Is it Negan? Do they want me for Negan? Fucking call them back. If it's Negan, don't let them change their minds." He's just like, "Fucking call them back. I want to be Negan." And and it was Negan.
And Henry Rollins is a bit old now to do Negan.
But yeah, he's based on like 90s Henry Rollins. So big muscly Henry.
Have you seen? They have it on Netflix now, but there's a movie that Henry Rollins did called "He Never Died."
I haven't seen it, and I've heard it's worth watching.
It's fucking awesome. It's so the first time I watched it, I was like so chronically depressed. I was really deep in the black hole of depression, and I watched this movie, and it's dark. It's a really dark movie. And I'm just like, that's a good movie. Yeah. And I rewatched it recently without depression. And it's actually like a dark comedy. And I didn't pick it the first time because I was so depressed. I could like not see the funny side of anything he was. But it's a great movie. He wanted to make 2 sequels. And it's still in the works, but I don't think they've happened, which is a shame because it'd be awesome, and he's quite passionate about it. I think he after making it, he enjoyed it so much he wanted to revisit the character and do some more of that. So
oh well, maybe you'll get to.
It's a shame when that happens when an actor is really passionate about a particular story or character. I remember hearing that what's his name, Lawrence Fishburne, or was it Morgan Freeman? I think might have even been Morgan Freeman. Read Rendezvous with Rama by Arthur C. Clarke.
Oh wow, okay,
hands down one of my favorite science fiction stories ever. I read it when I was really young, and I was hooked ever since. And when I heard that there was this famous actor who really wanted to make this movie, I was just, "Oh, please make this movie, please!" And it's just never happened because it's just too cerebral. And it
could be challenging to hold a movie audience with it because I've read it.
Have you read the sequels?
I actually haven't, because the book ends with an obvious sequel thing of the guy going, the Ramans do everything in 3s.
Yes. So there are sequels, and they're really good. The second one's a bit weird because Arthur C. Clarke is a bit of a weirdo in his.
I was about to say he's a bit weird. Yeah,
he was just so weird. But he co-wrote it with someone named Gentry Lee, who reined him in on the next couple of books. I think there's like just reined him in on that. So, but I don't want to spoil it for you if you want to read them. I have them if you want to borrow them.
I'm probably not going to read them, but
okay, it's worth it.
Oh yeah, and I'm not saying that like, oh, they probably suck. I just mean me being me. The list of books I'll maybe read if I get around to it's like 100 long. So
well, I mean, I have a list of books like that, but I also have a list of books that I definitely want to read before I die. And so it's the short list of the other list. So Dune is on that list. I haven't read Dune, which is why the fuck have I not read Dune? And I just bought it recently, and it's like I've got the first 3 Dune books sitting over here. I haven't started them yet, but I, made the effort.
I read the original trilogy, but I didn't. There was like 5 of them eventually. And I didn't
Something
read
like that, yeah.
I didn't read the later ones. I read the original trilogy though. And I have to admit, a little bit intrigued for the new movie or whatever it is. Like,
Same.
okay, could be
Yeah.
good. It
And
could be good.
Megaleech does make a good point. Audiobooks.
You know what I keep meaning to do? I was thinking because the only downside of working from home is the commute to and from work is when I would read, and I'm not commuting anymore.
Yeah.
I'm not reading. I often thought, because okay, I've got this extra time. What would probably be a good idea is if in the middle of the day I just either sat on the lounge or even lay down, like with headphones on, either reading a book or have the headphones on and listen to an audio book for an hour, just to break up the day. And I keep thinking, yeah, I should, because I had Audible for a little while and then I dropped it, and they keep sending me emails like, we'll give you 3 months for free if you rejoin. And it was like, I'm tempted.
Pretty keen.
Yeah, they're pretty keen to get you back. But I maxed it out like.
But you know, it's owned by Amazon, right?
Yes, and it's pretty
Audible.
shit for authors actually. But
it is. Anything Amazon touches is shit for anyone but Amazon.
Yes. When the revolution comes, Jeff Bezos will verily be strung up in the town square.
Yes. Well, someone set up a guillotine outside his house once.
Excellent. He needs
Like,
to understand
if
what's
that's
coming.
not imagery.
No, that's just telling him what's coming.
I'm quite fond of audiobooks. On YouTube. People have put audiobooks on YouTube. Which I've like always got the Silmarillion open on a tab somewhere. Because I'm a big Lord of the Rings nerd. But yeah, I used to read on the train all the time, and then when I got a job closer to home on purpose because like an hour commute was just too much. I missed out on reading, and it's just No, I haven't read any Alistair Reynolds yet. I'll get into some audiobooks though. Like that'd be cool. Of his, because from what I've seen, he's a pretty good author. So
that's what I was trying to remember. Alan Moore. I really maxed out my Audible as much as I could. It's like, I get one book for a month, and Alan Moore published this novel called Jerusalem, which is like in print form is 1,500 pages long, and the audio book is I don't know, like 70 hours or something.
Oh my god,
it's just wild. Like it goes for so long. Like it took.
Jesus.
Like listening to it on the commute to and from work, it took more than a month to get through it. It's like it was huge, and it's great. It's this absolutely weird, sprawling book centered around his hometown of Northampton in England, and it covers events that happen from the Middle Ages through to modernity, and there's a weird thread that connects them all, and it's all about dreams and the alternate and the afterlife and blah 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 blah. And it's very interesting what he does with it, but it's mental, and it's very interesting. I think he probably went to a lot of trouble to find the person. It was a guy who read the audiobook, and I'd never heard of the guy, but I reckon they went to a lot of trouble to find someone who could do all the Northampton accents, because is doing the accents of all the characters, and it's like really important. And it was really engrossing. It's like weird as fuck. It's so weird.
I can get behind that.
Yeah, no, it said it in a good way, but weird as fuck. Dingledaddy's getting into the audio dramas like Big Finish's Doctor Who work. That's something I haven't got into, actually, audio dramas. Every time, like I listen to podcasts sometimes, and of course you get audio dramas as podcasts as well. And every
I
time,
was in one.
oh, cool.
Yeah, it's called the Love and Luck podcast, and there are 2 seasons, and it's made by someone here in Melbourne, and it's very queer, like super queer. Yeah, super queer. It's about these 2 guys who meet and fall in love, and then realize that their love gives them magic powers.
And why not? Why not, indeed?
And shenanigans ensue. And I play a character in that show.
Nice.
And if they ever do season 3, he promised that he'd give me a bigger part.
Excellent.
Because I have a tiny part. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, Megalich has some Lovecraft radio dramas. Yeah, a lot of Lovecraft stuff would lend itself to audio drama. Oh, God, I just remembered. I have a vinyl pressing of the original BBC radio version of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which is, I was so into that. Like, so I had the books of the Hitchhiker's Guide, I had the audio, and of course I watched the TV show on the BBC. And little did I know, many decades later, they would make a very disappointing movie. It kind of, you could see like, oh, geez, you weren't actually that far off doing this right. But it just didn't get, there were elements of it that were good, but it just didn't get there. Like that low budget BBC TV series was so much better.
Yeah, I know.
And it was, I loved that show. It was, I just love that Hitchhiker's Guide is essentially dumb as hell, but really smart at the same time, which is an amazing balancing act Douglas Adams could do.
Yes.
Like he could do really dumb jokes, but the premise and structure of the jokes was mind-blowingly sort of intellectual. And he was very clever. And I have a book of the scripts of the BBC radio drama. Well, it's a radio comedy.
Okay.
So that's I was a little bit obsessed with Hitchhiker's Guide at one point. And I always remember the one bit. Who's the actor who played Arthur Dent? Because it was the same. That was the one guy that carried through. He was the same guy who played Arthur Dent in the radio play and the TV show. I think a lot of the other actors changed, but whatever his name is, say his name's Bob. There was a direction in the script for one of Arthur's lines where the thing is Arthur simultaneously horrified, interested, disgusted, and marveling, and then in brackets, "Come on, Bob, you can do it." Because actors fucking hate it if you say something like that to them. And so he just threw in a little bracket that said, "Come on, you can do it." And it was
You
like,
can do it. Ugh. Yeah.
Oh God, I just had things that pop into my head. William Goldman, the guy who wrote The Princess Bride and Marathon Man and a bunch of other stuff, he wrote a book called Adventures in the Screen Trade, which was like both his, oh, hello, kitty, both his story of working in Hollywood and also a lot of instructional stuff for would-be screenwriters, how to do it. And there was one chapter where he said, okay, I'm going to show you how to do a script. Here's a short story I wrote 20 years ago. And I still quite like it. I'm going to convert that into a script for a short film. And it's a coming of age thing. And so he leads in, he says, there's a couple ways we could open it. Like, you know, I could have a thing with the author narrating, this is my childhood, or I could just drop in. And he said, but I'm just going to drop straight in and da-da-da. And he writes the script, and it's a good script. And the initial thing is, it's like kids having a perfect summer day playing a game. And there's a line in the direction that says something like it. It's one of those achingly beautiful summer days. Anyway, so he writes the script and he says, now I know I'm a Hollywood person, so I know Hollywood people. I'll get different Hollywood people to throw their 2 cents in, like a person who does soundtracks. What sort of soundtrack? And the guy saying, oh, I love it speaks. I do this and I do this. And you know, this person, what do you do? And then he gets a director, and he says, what do you think of this script? And the director's like, this is the worst sort of shit that I hate receiving. And it's the thing, like, you put a direction in there, an achingly beautiful summer day. The fuck is an achingly beautiful summer day? I'm going to shoot on a summer day, and we'll be running the rushes, and some fuckhead producer will just go, I'm not aching. This was supposed to be achingly beautiful. Why is it achingly beautiful? And he's just like, fuck this shit. I hate it when writers put this sort of fucking shit in the script. And then Goldman comes back after all this guy's comments and it's like, ouch, okay. Because everyone else said, this is a beautiful script. I love it. It would be this, this, and this. And a director just went, oh, I hate this so fucking much. It was so funny with him just coming back with, oh, wow, that was, oh, he didn't hold back, did he? Jesus. But
I think it's time for me to go. It's getting a bit late.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Actually, 1 a.m. That's probably
especially
a good that one wants you
this
to go.
little one. She's bugging me to go to bed and snuggle.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. All right. 1 a.m. seems like a good farewell time. So fare thee well. I'll probably be
Live
back
long and
on.
prosper.
I'll probably be back on Sunday night. Won't be on tomorrow night, date night.
Sure.
Probably be back on Sunday night. But anyway, see you later, everyone.